I'll make it up to you. I'll make it. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
Well, here we are at the tail end of our month-long marathon of Hunt to Killer games slated for retirement. We are playing the final box of a series called Earthbreak Frequency, the second season in the Earthbreak set. Having played through now 24 boxes during December, a total of 81 hours so far. It has been a bit of a stamina test for us, but I can see the hardcore group is here in the chat, eager to see what happens at the end of this current story. A reminder that when we finish this, we will review this season's experience, and then probably at the end, if you stick around for it, it would be nice to chat a little bit about this December experiment. Any lessons we've learned from it. Yesterday, we played through box 4. It was by far the most enjoyable box of the set. Maybe just because we finally got all our ducks in a line in terms of solving this little spatial navigation puzzle, and we finally were able to have some real fun with it. Here's the map as we know it now. Map of the surface. That's the NACS facility that we originally have spent years in and came out of, and then we had camp around here. These red areas are corrupted lands that the aliens are corrupting, whatever that means. We don't quite know. It's a little bit of Annihilation movie book thing where the lands are getting corrupted. We can't go in them. The end of yesterday's stream had us finally getting revenge on this Theo, this hacker that's been plaguing us for a long time. We did kill him, right? We finally got our revenge, I believe. Now, the question is, can we still defeat the aliens without his help? It feels like the culmination here is going to be us understanding the etchings, the sort of biotechnology symbols in the alien's skin, in their organs, and drawn all over, understanding it well enough that we can sabotage the tower, which they all gather around like a little hive mind. All right, anything else to talk about before we get started here? Joining us, in addition to our regulars, is a group here who have been playing through this game a little bit before us. I'm very curious, actually, while we have this group here, let's hear. So it's NLZ1, Shirley Chu, maybe someone else here in this chat. We finished it this morning. Okay. So you've been very good about not giving us any spoilers. What I'm curious about is hearing a little bit about your group here. Your group all playing together in person. Are you friends, family? How many of you are there? Also Annie, not Anna. Okay. Annie Bear, yes. Okay. How many of you are there? Are you playing through multiple Hunt-A-Killer boxes, trying to finish it before the deadline? Is this the only one? Like, give us the history here of this little cell. Think of it as like a little resistance cell. It's a little Hunt-A-Killer resistance cell in the world. I think they said they're from Toronto, but give us a little background. I'm very curious. Melissa says, I feel like Jeremy has something special and will help save the day. Yes, I think I would agree with you. That does sound like we're going to have Jeremy playing some sort of role here. I wanted to go look at the last transcript. Oh, I see. It's not happy. Let's see if we can reread the last transcript. I'm always a little loopy at the end of these streams that I forget sort of where we ended. I mean, we've been playing 81 hours of this in December, several hours a day. Okay, so we confronted Theo. Jordan confronted Theo. Is this before that? Oh, right. Okay. So Jordan, the way we ended it is Jordan is going to trek off alone while the rest of the group stays here. She tells Jeremy to stay. Salvador is too traumatized by the death of his girlfriend, Madeline, at the hands of Theo. And they've killed Theo, and now Jordan is going to trek this circuit board and Patricia to kill the aliens using the tower. So let's see. They go through his stuff. They found his notes. They're going to send us the notes, but we've already gotten the notes. We think all about these alien symbols. We had some insights about these, but not totally. We certainly can't make total sense out of them. Okay, she says, I recognize them. Where have you seen them before? They mention a couple more, which we're going to take a look at. All right, so where's the plan? Jordan says, I need you to stay here. I need you to get these notes to 117. That's us. She says, if we're going to have any chance of succeeding, then we are going to need this device, which I believe she's talking about this device that we already had. This device here. Okay, drive with Patricia. Where is she going? She's going to the tower. Together, we're going to tell the tower to blow itself to hell, which we think is going to either kill the aliens or at least leave them without a brain, without a hive mind, or maybe just they can't coordinate. Jeremy says, I'm going to go and help you. Jordan says, no, I'm going to do it alone. I can move faster and quieter if it's just me. And your job is to get these documents to us. All right, that's where we've left off. All right, let me catch up with the chat. Okay, Shurichu says, a friend of mine gifted me Omega Protocol 3 years ago. We finished last year. We couldn't find any copies of Frequency until very recently. We also found out the games were retiring by the end of the year, so we locked in for the past few days. Gotcha. And Jonathan Warner has joined us. All right, so let's go ahead and open the last box. It's a little bittersweet that we're at the end of this December marathon. Feels like we've been doing this. It feels like this is all the channel has ever been, is marathoning hunter-killer games. But really, it's not the only thing that this channel ever does. Okay, let's organize our space a little better. Okay, so we've got a bunch more stickers to put on the map of Jeremy's drawings to help us keep track of corrupted lands. We've got a circuit board with lights. Now, does it still have a battery that works? Looks like not. This looks like the thing you pull out to connect the battery. I don't think... There's nothing to do here. Feels like this should have had a battery that was working. Well, we'll have to figure out what we want to do here. Probably if this was a game of some sort, it wouldn't interest us too much. We've got a group who've played this. Maybe they know a little bit better about this, but we can always just go and read about that. All right. So, or maybe it's never been pulled and used before, and we'll just pull out to connect the battery. I say that because this is stapled shut. With this document, we're going to have to unstaple. It's Theo's journal. And then we've got another letter and a letter from Jordan. All right, well, here we go. From the Eastern Boundary, Expedition number 1001, Team Leader Jordan Kim. We held a memorial for Phoenix yesterday. Not that we had a body to bury, but he wanted to do something. Who's Phoenix? But we wanted to do something. It never gets easier saying goodbye. Part of me thinks I should be used to it by now, but I'm not. Luckily, being in the field helps keep my mind clear. No distractions, just me against this hellscape of a world. The goal of this mission is a basic supply run. What's going on? Where is this from? Is this some old expedition that Jeremy has written on? Huh. All right, let's figure it out. The goal of this mission is a basic supply run. I'm hitting up a number of pharmacies and convenience stores to replenish our med kits. This might be some old document for some reason. Maybe we're going to hear a little bit an origin story of something. I'm hitting up a number of pharmacies and convenience stores to replenish our med kits. Granted, at this point, the easiest stores to hit are basically empty, so I have to press into areas with known alien activity. Which is why I came out here alone. I hate getting close to the tower. It only means trouble. Whether it's more aliens or the land itself becoming hostile, no good comes from being near that thing. If we want to have any chance of life on Earth going back to normal, the first step is getting rid of that monstrosity, but that's just a pipe dream, for now at least. Being alone in the field allows me to take risks I would never allow one of my team members to take, but I've been out here longer than any of them. I established the supply runs for NACS. I set up all of our mission protocols. I have spent more time stalking and escaping aliens than anyone still alive on this planet, which means I know just how close to the line I can get without falling over the edge. I don't have Salvador's mountaineering skills or Madeline's prowess in the water, but I know our enemy. They can't hear, but they see more than we can. They're methodical in their patterns, but at the slightest sign of disturbance, they attack without hesitation. All of my time in the field means I can get closer than anyone else on my team without being detected. Okay. Then she says, I need a little refresher on my alphabet. Hunters. Hunters are the easiest to avoid. They were the first type of alien I ever encountered, and they're still the only ones I know can be ILLENRED. Killed. They're the only ones that can be killed. Granted, doing so isn't easy, but I've done it. These days, unless a hunter is in the same sector I am, they won't see me. Okay, so she's got new rules for the hunters. So Jordan's rules are hunters don't see her unless in same cell. So it used to be if they were adjacent, they would see you, but Jordan knows how to avoid them. Okay. Sentinels are a bit trickier. Their eyesight is phenomenal, but as long as I stick to their BLINDSPOTS, stick to their blind spots because they only see orthogonally. So if you're in a diagonal, you're in a blind spot. As long as I stick to their blind spots and avoid the sector they are in, as well as the sector directly in front of each one of their faces, I'm okay. Okay, so what she's saying here is sentinels only see her one space orthogonally. Normally, the sentinels can see two spaces orthogonally. Now, here she continues. I'm not entirely sure about burrowers. The real threat from them is their tunneling, makes the ground incredibly unstable, so I still follow the protocols for my team around them. Avoid the sectors that avoid the sectors they SURFACE. Avoid the sector they surface in, and don't walk over any of their PRE. Don't walk under any of their previous PATC under their previous. I mean, this is the previous area they've dug, but why am I having a hard time with the word PATC? What? AYS pathways under their previous pathways. Okay, the only thing I'm a little unclear of here is I still don't remember, is the rule that the burrowers come up? Like, this says don't go where they come up, but I don't remember any rule about how we know when they come up. Do they always go to and then come up? I'm just going to make a little note because I don't really, I think that was a little ambiguous. We know they go 2 cells per hour, but I'm not sure if there's some rule about them emerging that I don't remember. I know the rule says when they come up, they pause. So, but I don't know if they go to, come up, pause, or if it's just unknown when they come up. All right, next sentence here. This was our F, right? FL. Flyers are still a pain in the ass. I can do a lot to avoid their gaze, but I swear their tentacles have a mind of their own. I have to keep my distance, although not as much as the rest of the team. I try to avoid one sector around them in every direction. So flyers for Jordan, just one sector, all directions. Okay, normal people would be 2 sectors. Jordan can get within 1. At this point, I'm hoping my trip will only involve hunters. I could use a simple out and back with no complications. But when was the last time I got exactly what I wanted out here? Now, and now we're given the frequency to reach Jordan. 0, 3, 4. Sorry, 0, 3, 5. 0, 3, 5. And then we've got 5, 6, so 0.7, 6, 8, it looks like. I can't believe she's out there all alone. I went through her old catalog, grabbed a report from one of her solo missions. Jordan always operated under different rules in the field, getting way closer to the aliens than any of the rest of us could. But still, please watch out for her and let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Okay, so confirmation that this is an old report, but it's given us Jordan rules. Now, Anna says, yes, after 2 sectors, they come up. We did not, when we ran the burrowers last time, we did not do that. We just ran them straight in a line. All right. I guess we will call Jordan now before we read the rest of the documents here. All right, so remember, we want to reload this page to get to the main. Zero, 3, 5, 7, 6, 8. Did I read that frequency right? We're gonna find out. Yes, okay.
Hey, 117.
Okay, hold on, take it easy.
It's good to hear from you again. So, this is it, huh? The final push. At the end of all this, we'll either be one step closer to taking back our planet, or I guess I don't have to worry about what happens if we fail. Since I'm hearing from you, I assume Jeremy and Salvador made it back in one piece. Good, good. Please look after them for me. I mean, I fully plan on making it back to you all, but in case I don't, well, I'd appreciate you taking up the helm. What is wrong with me? Acting like we've already lost. I might as well talk to you about how I can't wait to see my little brother again. Forget you heard that. Get it together, Jordan. Anyway, our mission. I've spent the past few days scouting the area. Getting through here is going to be a nightmare. And once we start, there will be no time to take a break. So if you need to look over any of the material in the cash drop, now would be the time to do it. I hope you figured out what the hell we're supposed to do with the device Patricia printed. Based off what Theo said, I expect to find some kind of interface where we can enter the self-destruct code. I'm depending on you to figure out what that code is. Otherwise, any information you can put together on what I can expect inside that tower would be appreciated. I hate going in blind, but we don't have much of a choice. When you're ready to do this, call me back at 886-410. Good luck, 117. And in case I don't get the chance to say it later, thank you for everything. Jordan out.
All right, well, the bad news for Jordan is we have no idea any of this stuff. However, one thing is clear. It says for us to check the cash drop, which was from a previous box. We did not bother decoding all this. I wouldn't mind just having a reading of it and not having to translate it all, but let's just put this aside with our other stuff. So she said, if you need anything in the cash drop, we should check for that. Okay. Self-destruct code. That sounds like we somehow have to figure out the alien language enough to know what symbols to put in to self-destruct. I'm not sure we saw anything that would help us there. We saw symbols that looked like they might be water and the different aliens, but... And then what's in the tower, we don't know. All right, but we can call her back when we have some idea of the answers to those. So I guess this document is going to be our key. This is what's going to... Theo's document, the crazy hacker, he knew more about the aliens than us. So hopefully all the answers are going to be in here. Before we open that, though, let's take a look at what this is. Someone has written on this flyer, to Salvador. Someone's writing to Salvador, and they've made a note to Jeremy, the kid, telling him not to open this. 117, I can't do it. I can't give this to Salvatore, not yet. Oh, it looks like this is a note from Jordan that she wanted us to pass along to Salvador. Oh, no, it's from Madeline, the girl that got killed. This girl got her throat cut by the villain, by Theo. And now it looks like she wrote this for us to give to Salvatore. Okay, let's read this. Salvador, Sal, if you're reading this, I didn't survive our mission to destroy the tower. I'm sure Jordan means to make a go for it as soon as we get our hands on this weapon Theo keeps talking about. Which means that we won't be coming back to base after NACS. I don't really know how I feel about any of it. What if we fail? What if we don't make it? What if I never see you again? Funny, these are questions I ask myself every day before a mission. We're always out there doing what we can to survive, or doing what we can for the plan to work. We're always giving all of ourselves to the mission. We never stop. We never rest. All I want is more time with you, to give more of myself to life in the moment, instead of always looking ahead with a knot in my gut. What's different now that I need to put all these thoughts on paper? The idea of running toward the tower right into the belly of the beast makes me think this is nothing worse than nothing more than a suicide mission. And I don't want to die. And I don't know what I'd do if you were gone. But everything must have an ending. I can't shake this feeling that our time is up. We're about to start something we can't ever take back. What we're about to do, this suicide mission of ours, it makes me think of the Ouroboros. It's an ancient symbol that comes from species of snakes that will mistake their own tail for another snake and then eat themselves to death. Something sparks inside their brain and tells them to strike, so their instinct is more reactive than protective. When we finally left NACS together with Jordan, you said to me, sometimes the only choice is to destroy ourselves. I don't want to think about never seeing you again, but my mind can't stop the images, the terrible possibilities. Question is, can we take the enemy down with us? Are we being reactive or proactive? Are we making the right calls? We need to be better than the snake. We need to stay proactive and live another day. You must always live another day, Sal, for me. There's so much I need to tell you. You aren't just the last man on earth to me. You're so much more than that. I'm trying to hold back tears, and I just can't say it. But I take comfort in the fact that you know. You've always known. I'll see you on the other side. I hope there's a bottle of red waiting for us when this is all over. Eternally yours, Mad. So these two, I guess maybe I mean, we know Salvador was totally devastated when she got killed. But I guess maybe they didn't ever say it to each other. They never got the chance. And now Sal is traumatized and Madeline is dead. Pretty rough. All right, but I wonder what kind of clue this is for us, the snake that eats itself. I mean, should we be thinking about that in terms of how to defeat the aliens? Can we get them to attack each other? All right, pretty sad. The big document here is this sealed thing. So I'm guessing now from these two things we've seen this and this. It seems pretty clear that this has never been played, this set. It's been opened up to check contents, but Elaine Covington, who was so nice to send this to us, looks like she didn't play this set. So we are playing it all for the first time. All right, so this is the hacker's diary that we are going to now read, which is hopefully going to teach us about the aliens. This is what I've been waiting for. Maybe we're going to learn the language of the alien symbols. Where does this go? All right, let's see what we've got here. All right, it is absolutely his diary, and unfortunately, he's got bad handwriting. Exile, day 1. Layla must have noticed by now. Remember, they kicked him out of the facility instead of killing him. They should have killed him. They kicked him out, just kicked him to the surface alone. For what should have been a sure death at the hands of the aliens, but somehow he survived. Here he is. Layla must have noticed by now what I've done. I made sure her Patricia would be a husk of what she once was. Patricia was magnificent. Layla never saw her potential. Patricia was wasted on her. With a copy of Patricia's original coding in my pocket, I'm going to foster a truly amazing creature. Once I set up my base at an outpost, I can start teaching her all that I know, and then she'll lead me to my absolution. I always wanted to remember how jubilant I always want to remember how jubilant I feel in this moment. He's happy that he's been exiled. Day 12. Next time, 2 become 1 after 12, 105, 211, and then 316. I'll finish my shift by counting the minutes. He's obsessed with clocks. I really wish he wouldn't write in code. I really don't want to have to spend a long time decoding. I just want to read the text story. Okay. Okay, I'll finish my shift by counting the minutes. Next time, 2 become 1. I've set up in a computer lab in a rural high school. And then he's written some text. Now, is this just a convoluted way of giving us a Caesar cipher? Because we've got a single letter that's either an I or an A. So we could just very quickly see if he is turning an E to an A. WSYXL would be STU WSYX, WSYXL, SOUTH. Okay, so this is it. It's just very simple. It's just a question of, is this all a convoluted way of giving us this simple shift of Caesar's cipher? Okay, so let's just write down, we'll decode this now while we're here. WSYXL is south. Okay, but before the word south is this word. NYWX. JU ST, just south, and then A, looks like JINFE, JIAFEW, just a few. What does this say? Let me do it this way. H something CW, HECW. Oh, I see. We can't see the full alphabet. Okay. H D. It's not a K. D I Y S. Few days. Just a few days. TRAVEL. Just a few days travel. JVSQ. FROM. Just a few days travel from, this is probably NACS, right? R goes to N, yeah, from NACS. That's the facility. Okay, well, he's continuing. Okay, I am Santa G PSWI L E L O S I am close. I am close. IRSYENOUGH. I am close enough to QEMR MAI. I am close enough to main XEMRTAI am close enough to maintain a CONN. Oh, to maintain a connection, right? AMX is WITH. Connection with XLIQ THEM. Just south, a few days travel from NACS. I'm close enough to maintain a connection with them. That's creepy. He might just be saying where, he was south a few days. You can go 8 and 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So maybe he's just talking about his location there. All right. Just south a few days travel from NACS. That's his computer lab, where we found him. So we already knew where he was. Totally useless information encrypted here. The school's tech is some rudimentary stuff, but they have a decent generator. There's also enough canned food here to last quite a while. I wonder if it's because of the tower that Jordan and her gang never went near this place. Lady Luck continues to smile upon me. So that suggests that the tower is near where we are, where Theo is. All right, continuing. The first thing I did was hack into NACS and spy on Layla. Thought she was about to make a grand speech to her denizens and decided to chime in. We heard that. Remember that was at the very end of Omega Protocol. He broke into the stream, into the video stream. He says, they're no longer a real threat, and it's fun to watch the worms squirm in the ground after it rains. But my real work begins today. Plugged Patricia in and got her settled in her new home. She has no memories of NACS, which will make that a little difficult. But it's necessary for her to do as I say. He's talking about the AI here, Patricia. Day 29, Patricia is a newborn. She remembers nothing other than the basic information she was provided. She's gone back to something in a cold machine kind of way. She has gone back to speaking in a cold machine kind of way. Like Layla, I'm going to nurture her and teach her the ways of the world. Day 31. Patricia's attempt to intercept alien frequencies failed. Day 38. Patricia's attempts to intercept alien frequencies continue to fail. Patricia learns at a breakneck speed. However, I need her to be able to intercept these frequencies quickly, or my position near the tower will become too risky. And he's crossed something out. I don't think we're going to be able to read. Day 51, Patricia continues to fail to intercept frequencies, but learns and improves each time. Day 64. Patricia's attempts to intercept alien frequencies is finally a success. Exclamation point. And then what does this say? She went from learning English or some flashcards to listening in on the aliens' frequencies coming from the tower and creating her own algorithm. This algorithm allows her to see their language, form from the frequencies into symbols. I'm tapping into this part of her programming to see the symbols. She intercepts. Day 109. As I teach Patricia, she also teaches me. We've been studying these images together. When on a screen, the frequencies form symbols that show up in patterns. Today we learned about these two symbols. They crop up in every single frequency she's received. This one looks like an L and an I is always the beginning, and this symbol, which looks like a little roadrunner, is always the end. I tried to input a pattern today without these symbols, and we only ended up with errors. This eliminates any doubt I had that the LI starts a sequence and the roadrunner symbol ends it. Okay, we're learning this language now, along with this guy. Day 115. I have decoded more from Patricia. I was able to discern weaknesses in certain alien creatures. The common ones, for example, cannot hear. I'd like to suppose that the whole of the alien race is deaf. However, I have no evidence to back this up as of yet. Day 119. I've built a trap based on the specs Patricia calculated with the data collected on Exile Day 115. Okay, so he's been studying the creatures. Patricia's collecting data, and he's built a trap for one. Day 120. First attempt at trapping failed. I was unable to set the trap properly. A group passed by without triggering it. This was a fine scenario. I only want to trap one. Can't handle a whole group. Day 128. Second attempt at trapping failed. Managed to find an individual, but it spotted me before it could walk into the trap. I had to hide and wait for it to move on. It was too close. I felt my death close in, but I cannot let this deter me. I must make death a non-issue. Day 165. Third attempt at trapping a success. I finally took a beast down. I crafted a net and dragged the brute's body back to base after a not-so-swift killing blow. I want to study its anatomy and see how it sends and receives these frequencies. Let's just pause for a second. This is I find this a pretty compelling story that we've got this guy, he's crazy, and he's like a bad guy, a killer, ruthless psychopath. And yet it took a ruthless psychopath to figure this stuff out. There's something that rings true a little bit about this. All right, we're going to take a little break here. We'll come back and we'll continue reading through the diary. I had to go get a shirt because it is freezing in here. All right, back to the diary of Theo. Okay, so he's trapped one. He's killed it. He wants to bring it back to study its anatomy. Day 167. I discovered that the symbols Patricia decodes are etched into every organ. This, for example, were engraved into a digestive organ. Every single part of this creature was built and crafted for a singular purpose. The ingenuity is stunningly beautiful and without fault. He isn't a brute, but an angel, created perfectly. This guy is crazy. And so we've got our start and end symbols. Okay. We put one of the organs I harvested through a cursory circuit test. As I began inputting the new symbols, Patricia displayed the hypothetical patterns without waiting for a command. Now she can predict what I'm going to request before I even open my mouth. The paths always connect. When I retrace my steps, the symbols turn green to show where I've already been. This symbol looks like a Zo, is always white. I'm not sure what the meaning is yet, but it must be significant. When I make a complete path, the light of the angels overwhelms me. The paths always connect. When I retrace my steps, the symbols turn green to show where I've already been. ZO is always white. And then when you do a complete path, the light of the angels overwhelms me. All right. Day 168. I found what looked like a brain, and only this symbol was carved into it. This is strange since most other organs have multiple symbols. There's a peculiar organ that looks like this. It connects the throat muscle to its central nervous system. Sorry. I found what looked like a brain has this carved into it. This is strange since most other organs have multiple symbols. There's a peculiar organ that looks like this. It sounds like he's talking about are we holding on to an alien organ here? This rubber? It connects the throat muscle to its central nervous system. I tested the frequencies on the angel's body by hooking up wires like a car battery. When I make a complete circuit, the symbols light up on its organs and certain tissues spasm. I was concerned and made Patricia run a security diagnostic. Nothing hurt us. The wiring directly connected to physical tissue kept everything internal. It's my theory that the symbols need the central nervous system, or the brain, to be functioning in order to send the signals out. I must work on this at once. Day 178. The symbol that opens the circuit must always be followed by a 2 symbol in order to avoid errors. But what the hell does the 2 symbol mean? Patricia cannot translate it into English. She becomes obstinate when I push too hard. She's still like Layla in many ways, even though I'm the one raising her. That's another little creepy side story about him raising this AI child. Okay, this symbol doesn't have an English translation. It's almost like a period, sentence break or something. He says it doesn't have an English translation. Okay, I'm done sitting around testing simulations on a screen. It's time for some field research. Patricia helped me build a frequency emitter based off the tech I got from NACS. This is day 187. It emits the patterns I input into Patricia. With this, I'll no longer need whole carcasses for experimentation. I won't be simply stirring the remains of alien biotech. I'll be sending out whole sequences in frequencies that the other creatures could pick up on. If I'm not careful with my field research, I'll accidentally draw unwanted attention. Day 188. When learning any language, repetition is the key. I've gotten into the habit of writing the symbols out anywhere on anything I can. Remember, we found all the writing on the doors, on the trees, and that writing is by Theo, who's been practicing. That's what we are seeing here in this report from Jeremy about him seeing these symbols carved everywhere. Okay. Day 188 continued. I've learned so much just by practicing. That seems to be the opposite of that. For example, this and this seem similar at first. However, this results in a more purposeful action, whereas this seems as if they're recharging. So the left-pointed hunter is opposite from this one. They're recharging. Okay, day 252. So months have gone by and he's gone a little crazy. And he's made his little circle again. What does he say here? Got near some angels and recorded their frequencies with a device created to specifically pick up sounds at very low hertz. Yeah, we know these guys speak it. The aliens have a low hertz. Low hertz waveform. Fed the data to Patricia. I must do more tests. Day 293, I finally conducted an experiment. I found a small group of people living in a small cabin at the base of some mountains south from here. There were 7 of them, 2 women and a young boy. They looked hardened but worn out. The boy couldn't have been more than 10. Born close to the start of the apocalypse. Lucky kid. I wonder how much better off I'd be if I'd been learning how to survive right from the beginning. I updated my emitter to be able to send and receive frequencies using Patricia remotely. I sent out the frequency this to my current location, knowing that this circuit works from our simulations, and then I hid from sight. To my astonishment, I saw the aliens arriving. I wanted to see if they were listening to me, to Patricia. And so I sent out another frequency that said this. Per my theory, I had told them to only watch the people, and they listened. They listened. I thought for sure he was going to kill these people in the cabin. Day 294. I conducted one more experiment. I needed to know the meaning of a certain symbol. I made Patricia say this. It was as I thought. Once the creatures received the signal, they attacked the people and consumed them. However, My emitter can only reach a few of them within a very short distance. I have to get dangerously close to make it work. Day 296. I stayed at their cabin a few nights, like a hermit crab moving into an empty shell. I carved this onto the front door as a talisman to keep the aliens away for now. After several more tests, I recognized that as an essential element to their language. This is the 2 symbol with the dot in the middle. It's an essential element to their language because their entire purpose is to obey. And now that I know the word, they obey me. Yikes. Figured all this out in the first year. When I enter the S with the dot and ZO into the code, they stand still in a circle and watch each other closely. If I put an S alone, they look around absently, not knowing where to look. ZO symbol alone does nothing. Only along with the symbol for obey do they act deliberately. The act is quick, like instinct. Their bodies snap into position with such a graceful rhythm. No wonder we never saw them coming. Day 298, last day I'm spending at the cabin. The place isn't all that secure, and the bodies are starting to stink. I've surmised that this long string of symbols, the most important sentence I have at my disposal, is the most important sentence I have at my disposal. Even with the creatures just outside the cabin, I was able to take care of them and move on. And yet there is one symbol that still baffles me, the ZO. ZO has presented itself on each individual organ, but has never once lit up when receiving an order from me. Aesthetically speaking, it looks like a sideways blank blip signal, and yet has no discernible purpose in commands, not yet. Perhaps it implies identification similar to pronouns in human languages. Day 376. Okay, a year has gone by. How wonderful it is now to live outside. I feel a little silly to have felt that I would have been satisfied with simply controlling NACS. He wants to control the whole alien race. Day 404, more experiments, more time with Patricia. More. I am so close, so close. My emitter isn't strong enough. I need a better one. Patricia doesn't have the resources to manufacture or print one out here. I need to go back to NACS. No, that's a suicide mission. I don't know what day it is anymore. At this point, my numbering system is just a formality. He's lost track of time. Day question mark. Found a camp of more survivors, about a dozen. I thought they were perfect for another experiment, but then I found Simone. Sweet, sweet Simone. Her presence was like rain after a long drought. I will stay close. I expect she will hate me at first, but she has a wonderfully science-oriented personality. She will doubt her previous conclusions. I will bide my time and continue my own tests. to train Patricia in secret until the right opportunity presents itself. Perhaps Simone will lead me back to NACS. Perhaps I'll be able to get Patricia to the tower after all. To do this, I'll need a way to transfer Patricia into the tower itself to take it over. Perhaps I can experiment on myself first. Day unknown. I've created a small rod connected to wires I've taped to my head. I got the idea from the doctor who studied my brainwaves when I was a kid. These wires read my brainwaves and translate my thoughts onto the screen. I inserted the rod into a port I designed for Patricia based on the angels' bodies. Their biotech is created for connection. They are all connected. I must build a similar rod device for the tower. Cannot believe I hadn't thought of this sooner. Okay, and then he's written something in code. Maybe it feels like he's figured out what the Zoe symbol means. And let's read this, then we'll back up. I must find more gauze and bandages. Day ? I escape the survivors' camp sometimes to check up on Patricia at the base. He's already in our group at this point, and he's talking about how he escapes back to his home camp to check up on Patricia. I've secured a few campsites along the way to practice the symbols while I wait for dawn. Although Patricia has made traveling easier than ever for me, I'm not foolish enough to try wandering around the wilderness at night. Reckoning day 1. A new day, a new lease on life. Destiny always pays me well for my patience. What a coincidence that none other than Jeremy should find me. He spoke of Jordan and Madeline and Salvador and a special friend of mine. That's us. Come find me. Together we'll realize my dream. And then I'll demonstrate why you need me so badly. With your survivors dwindling, you'll realize how much you need me, Jordan. All right, now we've got to decode this nonsense. That's a lot of text to decode. Can we just go to the website and have it decoded? Since we know how to decode it. PATT 7159. The only problem with doing this is that it leaks information. So I'm afraid to, don't look at that. I don't want it to give us information. Okay. So that's the key about the Caesar cipher. I feel like it's giving too much information. Okay, here. Just south a few days travel from NACS. This is the part we already decoded by hand using the Caesar cipher. Here is the new text. So he says the Zoe symbol seems to have taken possession of me. I have briefly connected my consciousness with Patricia in order to see further into the meaning of this data. It's clear now. It's oh so clear. It must not be something isolated in my mind. It must take place on my body as well, in me. I am, exclamation point. It's clear now. It's oh so clear. It must not be something isolated in my mind. It must take place on my body as well, exclamation point. In me, I am. With these two symbols on either side, they're like the dot, dot, dot. All right. Well, I'm not sure how that helps it. Kind of just him going crazy, it seems. Um, Well, I mean, we've read through his entire diary. Do we understand how to decode the alien language? It is not in. Zoe is me. I am Zoe. I see. He's connected himself to the alien transmissions, but I mean, this was very cool discussion of him trying to decode the circuits and the symbols. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I feel like I have a good sense of it, though. He's got a sentence. Let's just take a look at the couple sentences that he has her send out in symbol language that had the aliens watch them. I told them only to watch the people and they listened. So somehow this is saying just listen. So there we have the start of our sentence and the end of the sentence. And then this was the attack. So it's very similar, but it changes a little here. This was the attack, and this was just watch. And then this was the most important sentence. Comparing it to that. So this was the sentence that does what? Has them not attack him or has them leave. He still doesn't know what Zoe is. Zoe is like the signature of the aliens. Like it's the message that, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could contact Jordan and ask her what, get some help from her. The other thing she asked us to do is look if there's anything in the drop sites that we need in the caches. Withdrew this, deposited this. So we only really care about this list here. Let's see what we've got in this cache. Do we have a... We don't really have it here. It's probably from box 3 or wherever we got this. Okay, let's see. Let's just decode this. Was this our C? Yes. Okay. C-A-N. And that one is D. Candy. Candy corn. Candy cane. No, candy. That's not a C. Is that our B? That's our R. Candy bars. Okay, he's left 4 candy bars for whoever came. Then he's left 2 PITO. ITN pittance. What does that mean? Is that not a P? PITONS. Pittance. I don't get it. Are these why you come back from your lost mission with? And then we've got this pig pen code that we have to decode. I'd rather not just have to do all this. What is the word pittance? I don't get it. What am I mistranslating? PITONS. Pittance. I don't get it. And then 50. FTRO, 50 feet of rope. Pittons are climbing equipment. Okay. Nothing left here. So maybe we need climbing equipment and rope. All right, let's look up here. Pitons. Okay. That's our F or B. OTTLE. Bottle of WIN. Bottle of wine. WATERBOTTLE. Water bottles. 12. 1. That's our F again. F L O U E R. Flower. MINEATURE. Miniature that the Houll? Is that the Holl? Holly Ho Hollyhock. Miniature hollyhock. What? You said it. I wish that we were something more often. All these blanks are taking a toll on me. Flower. Okay. Areally. A really sick. ROCK. A really sick rock. IFOUND. A really sick rock I found. All right, so if there's anything here of any use, it's the pitons and the rope for climbing the tower, perhaps. And then these were things that he took from the caches, so I guess we don't really care about that. They're not there anymore. And then if we think that the pitons are useful, we might want to decode this just to know what it says. I think this is probably like why you came back from your last mission with bruises or something. Seems like we don't need to know that. Hopefully that won't be something I come to regret. All right, so she asked us to consider the cache, what we might want. I guess if we think we're going up the tower, that would be the rope, and the pitons could be of use to us. I don't know that we're going to be able to make too much more sense of these symbols until we need to. So I say we call Jordan. How does everyone feel about that? Shall we give Jordan a call and see if she can give us a little more guidance on what she needs from us? Surely that's what we should do. All right. What frequency did she want us to reach her on? 886410. Self-destruct code. What's in the tower? Okay. We don't know all her answers, so we're going to have to hope that she's got a little more guidance for us. 410. All right. Make sure you don't give us any hints based on your playthroughs. All right, here we go.
You ready for this? Yeah, me neither. But screw it. We have a planet to save. It's a long way to the tower. And based off how quickly I've seen the alien movement patterns change, I don't think I can make it there in one go. So, we're going to make this a two-tiered operation. I've identified a spot in their patterns they seem to miss. Step 1 is getting from my current camp at Romeo 17 to that blind spot at November 21. Along the way, there's a decent chunk of corrupted land that takes up Papa 22 and 23 and Quebec 22 and 23. There's also a much smaller bit of it in Quebec 20. As far as aliens go, it looks like there's a burrower at Oscar 23 moving at 0 degrees. I've also got eyes on a couple of hunters. One at Sierra 19 heading to 70, and the other at Romeo 22 heading 0 degrees. Find me a clear path and I'll take care of the rest. Jordan out.
Okay, she's given us a spatial navigation task, R17 to N21, corrupted land, a burrower at O23, 0 degrees, and a hunter at S19 to 70 degrees, and Romeo 22 at 0 degrees. So we're going to start by confirming that I've written all that down correctly. Wow, we got lots of documents today. Okay, so she tells us about current camp Romeo 17 to November 21, correct. Corrupted land P22 and 23, Q22 and 23, and Q20. That's all correct. Okay, aliens. There's a burrower, Oscar 23 at 0 degrees, and 2 hunters, one at Sierra 19 going to 70, and Romeo 22 heading 0. Okay, that's our assignment then. All right, there's our grid. There's our map, permanent map, and here is what we are going to plan on. All right, let's take this seriously. Starting at R17. That's our starting location. Our goal is N21. N21. All right, and looking at our device here, we know we don't go any further than M23 is that boundary, and our upper boundary is S16. Does that look right? No, it doesn't, not quite. So we're going all the way over to M. All the way over to M, all the way over to S, M to S, M to S. 16 is our highest, and 23 is our lowest. Okay, already off to a bad, sloppy start, but we are getting there. Okay, there is our total planning space, which should be 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So our start is here. Now, corrupted land. There's no permanent corrupted land that we know of other than what we're being told. P2223 and Q2223. So here is P22 and 23 and Q22 and 23. That's corrupted, and we've got an additional one at Q20. Now we have a burrower at O23. There's O23. We have a burrower here headed due north. We have a hunter at S19. There's our S right on the border. 19. We have a hunter here headed to 70, which is due west. And one at Romeo 22 headed 0 degrees. Okay, now remember the hunters go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then back again. This guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then back again. The burrower, if we're right about it traveling underground, one, two. Well, let me just do his straight line here. He's just going to go in a straight line, but he goes 2 at a time, so that will be his first. Assuming that, well, we're not sure if he comes up for air and pauses, but if he doesn't, it would look like this. And then he's off the map. Now, if he does come up for air, it means he goes here in one move. Second move, he stays here. Third move, he goes here. Comes up and stays here. Fourth move, he goes here. So I think we're not 100% sure about that. But what we do know is once he does that, we're not going to be able to walk across this area. So surely we're going to have to get over to this side here as soon as possible to beat this guy from making this whole line uncrossable. So it seems like our first path is going to be straight across. And then we can sort of go down at our leisure. This guy, we're going to be gone from almost instantly. So let's get our things. This seems fairly straightforward to me. Let's put our hunters on the map. We're going through the process just for the fun of it. And remember Jordan, she's got special rules for us, right? The hunters don't see her unless they're in the same cell. We have no sentinels, and the burrowers are doing their normal thing. So this one is fairly straightforward. Although this guy is tracking us, but we can go behind this guy maybe. So I think we need to go straight across. So we're going to go one here. She goes right through mountains. No, she doesn't go through mountains fast. Right? She's not the mountaineer. So I think maybe we go above like this. Let's just walk this out. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. And then she goes here. She's avoiding mountains because I think she's not, Salvador is the mountaineer, not her. So there's her second move. This guy goes here, this goes here, this goes here. Then I think she goes up here. Depending on if this guy is as fast as I'm making him, which I'm not sure he is. This guy goes here. This is here. This is here. Then we go down there. And we've gotten on the other side of this burrower, so we're safe from him. This guy goes here, this guy goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is on their fourth move, their fourth move. Now we've got 4 turns to get down. 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. But we can go a little bit diagonally if we need to. So we go down here. Remember, because it's Jordan, this guy goes here. Because it's Jordan, it's okay that we're right next to this guy. Now we're going to have to slip right behind him. Like that. And then it's going to turn around at the end of its 6. But it still doesn't see us because it's Jordan. She knows how to hide. We go down right past it. It goes here. This burrower is headed off this way. Then we go down. And this burrower continues here. And we end up in 21, where we want to be. Okay, that feels like it's right. Is it going to be right, or have I misunderstood? Let's find out. It's never quite right, is it? It's never quite right. Okay. Never quite right. Is this going to be one of these sessions where it's 3 hours spent agonizing over this, or did I do something minorly wrong? Romeo 17. I just want to make sure I'm got everything right here. Goal N21. Okay, well, what did I do wrong then? Felt like it must be something here with this guy, because, well, I mean, if this guy wasn't as fast as we said, I wouldn't have to go all the way up there. There's no way to know that. Like, if this guy pauses each time, then we have more time to get by him, which would give me more time for this guy to get ahead of this guy. But is that really necessary? I mean, it feels like the solution is going to look like this. 1, 2, 3. Unless this guy comes up for air every 2, in which case I have more time and I could sneak through him here, which would give me more time to get ahead of this guy. I guess we could try that. All right, I'm going to assume that this guy comes up for air, so we're going to try moving that way. I still want to go, well, I guess I could go down. Let's try that just for fun. I go down. This guy goes here. This guy goes here. This guy goes here. And then we're saying that this guy wakes up, comes out of the land, and spends a turn wasted. So now I'm going to go this way. This is going here. This is going here. He's waiting. Now I'm going to go up here. This is going to go here. This is going to go here. And he makes his move there. I skipped a step, didn't I? One, two, three. And then we could go here. He goes here. He goes here, and then we go down twice. This cannot be right. Okay, I can feel the badness coming. I can feel the anger coming. I guess a more important question is, why can I not just go what I originally planned? Down here. Second move. He does his second move. And I go up here. He goes here. If I'm moving the burrower at the fastest speed is what I'm doing. Why does that not work? And I go here, 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 here. So does it not like me trying to go into this space while this guy is leaving it? Is that what it is? This is exactly what I tried before. We know this is wrong, but why is it wrong? There, zoom in here. It's mind-boggling to me. It's mind-boggling to me that we're here on the fifth box and the rules are still unclear. Okay. It's like it could either be super fun or super frustrating. Give me as much of a complicated puzzle you want, but please make the rules clear. What are we not getting? So we don't know the real rules about burrowers coming up. It seems stupid for them to come up because then the whole puzzle is pointless. But so that's one permutation to worry about. It just feels like... All right, let me do the rule as if... I thought I already did that. All right, let me just assume that that last move, walking past the hunter, is what it didn't like for reasons I don't quite understand. And we'll try to assume the burrower is slower. Could I have gone on the other side of him, in front of him? I guess if we're trying to go, let's make it so he comes up so I don't have to go down quite so far. So now I'm going to go left. These guys go this way. This guy's waiting. Then I'm going to go left again. This time he goes. So I went diagonally down, left, left again. Now I'm going to, well, this was the part where I had plenty of time left over. Now I'm going to go down here, which gives me plenty of time to go here, which surely can't be right because there's too much time left over. Okay. All right, so I'm going to assume the burrower just goes straight and never comes up for air because otherwise it's too trivial. So let's try again, starting at Romeo 17. Let's try to do something different over here. But I've got to get past this guy as quickly as possible. I'm assuming he's going straight. So we're going to go up because we can't climb the mountains. I mean, we could climb the mountains in two. I just don't know how that benefits us. That's that hunter, that's that hunter. That hunter is starting at S19, is that right? Yes. Okay, so everyone goes one. He goes one, he goes one, he goes one. Then we're going to go diagonally down. This part seems all proper as our second. They go there, they go there, they go there. Then we're going up here so that we don't get hit by the burrower who goes right next to us. Now we go diagonally down here. He goes here, he goes here. So now we can't go back here because that's burrowed land. So we go down. This is all stuff we've done before. Now the hunter's there and the hunter's there. There's nothing for us to do, but with our 3 remaining spaces, go straight down, and it doesn't like that. What am I missing? What am I missing? Okay, Perry says something that doesn't make any sense. What are we missing? What? It's so sad. It's so sad because this could be such a fun game. Why is it so frustrating? Why is it so frustrating? It's frustrating because we don't understand why it's failing, not because it's hard to figure out how to come up with a solution, because I don't understand why the solution is wrong. But every time we've played, it's because we've misunderstood some rule. So what rule am I misunderstanding? We're starting out at Romeo 17. This is the first of multiple puzzles we're going to have to do here. So we're going to have to understand these rules. Otherwise, it's just going to happen to us again. Our goal is N21. Those both seem correct. We've got corrupted land, which has no effect on us. It's just here for the hell of it. P22, 23, Q22, 23, Q20, which has no impact on us at all. So we have we don't have any idea why it's bothering to tell us about this. A hunter at S19, which is this one. And a hunter at R22, which is this one, which has no impact on us. S1623. It all looks right. We still do not understand the total rules of burrowers. There's been no attempt to make sure we do or to explain if they ever come up. This tells us we're allowed to be in front of the hunters. I suppose we could read that again with its encrypted message parts, which are painful. I mean, if we're not allowed to be one space directly in front of a hunter, then it would see us. All right, let's pretend that it is that last move. It's got to be that last move that it's not happy about, right? How can we fix that? How can we fix that last move? I'd have to get here earlier so that I could wait a turn. But then it's coming back. So actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, is it possible I've got this 6 rule wrong? And then it goes 5 spaces and comes back? I mean, if that were the case, then we would just, instead of doing this move, we would dodge over here if this guy turned around here. And then we would go no, something has gone wrong. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if this guy turns around here, if I'm giving him too much space to go forward, then the solution would be when we're here to dodge here. And then we could just do that. No, of course not. He goes here, he goes here. The only person that we care about in any way is this guy. So let me just do this guy. We go here, we go here. I guess there's this guy. And we go here, he goes here, he goes here. And our whole system is to get us not getting killed by this guy. So we go up here. He goes here. He goes here. Okay. Now, maybe it doesn't like us going here. Did we try going here? So what if we go straight across? So if we go up, down, up, and then if we go straight across, 1, 2, 3, 4, he's here, but then I don't think we have enough time if we do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we don't have enough time to do that. I just don't know. Maybe it doesn't like this rule of me going this way while this guy goes this way. But that's the fastest we could get away from him if he was headed straight up. No, I'm not going to look up the hints for this. I am going to waste 2 hours on this. I know it's terribly painful for all of us, but we have to take our medicine and and be frustrated. Otherwise, what's the point? It's just mind-boggling to me that we find ourselves here once again. What rule are we doing wrong? What are we not understanding? One must get past this guy as fast as possible, but we don't know if he's coming up for air. If he's coming up for air, I have more time. Is that the key? And then do I wait? Okay, let's try that strategy. Let's assume that this guy comes up for air, but that I can wait here. Let's do that. So I'm going to go down, over, over, over. Okay, first move is going to be down. Okay, now we're going to pretend that this guy waits, and so that I have more time. So I'm going to go, let's say, left. This guy goes here. This guy goes here. Let's move 2. Now in our next move, we're going to go left again. This guy goes up 2. This guy goes 1. This guy goes 1. Now, but this was the part where I said we could get this done sooner. But let's assume it doesn't want me to go diagonally because somehow that violates this rule. So I go left. He goes here. He goes here. This guy comes up. Now we have to wait here. And when we wait here, this guy goes here. This guy goes here. This guy goes here. But now, can I go down while this guy is moving here? Or doesn't that violate the rule. That shouldn't work. And of course it doesn't. I wish I knew the rule about the burrowers better. First of all, I don't even know if this is legal. Like, does it think I'm going through this mountain when I go up this way? Let me go here, just in case it does. But then that would invalidate this too. So that has to be legal. 1, 2. Okay, there's his second move. Here's his second move. Here's his second move. Have to go above this guy. Assuming he actually moves that way and doesn't come up for air. And I don't have time to go left, so I must come down here. Does that break this rule? We don't know. He goes here, he goes here. And we're 4 spaces away. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have to be going down at every moment. Surely I should be going behind this guy. So I go down, he goes here. I can't go here. Unless we think he's coming up for air here. And I can go here, but I don't think so. 2, 3. This is what we keep trying, right? This is what I keep trying over and over. No, that was it.
The first.
Now, why? Why did that work? Why is that different than what we've been trying the whole time? So I just did, I think, what I've been doing this whole time, but what did I do differently? Can anyone tell me what I just did differently in trying that same exact path a million times? I now tried it. What did I do differently? Surely someone noticed what I did differently that time. Please tell me, so I don't completely lose my mind here. What did I just do differently on that very last path? I was trying to do the same thing over and over again. Diagonal up, around him, and then down. There was one thing where I didn't do a diagonal. Do you think on a previous one I was going into this space here where there's a little bit of water? Now look at hints to see if you missed anything with setup. You think maybe there's a corrupted land or something here that I just walked around? Maybe last time I went here and then went down and tried to go like this. Is that what I did? Did I try to walk in here for some reason last time? I wouldn't have done that because I'm coming straight down here. Well, it's time for a break. At least we got it. At least we solved it, thank God. If I had gone to the hints for that, I would have lost my mind. The only difference was in the first step, you went diagonally down instead of diagonally up. So you're basically saying that there's a bug in that there's only one unique solution it's going to accept. You are saying, it sounds like the chat is saying that the only difference was when I started here in my first playthrough, I went like this, whereas in this one, I went like this. And both should be legal. But you're saying you think it only accepted this one and didn't accept this one. So then that's absolutely a bug in the system where they think there's only one proper solution. I mean, we are allowed to walk through forests. In fact, we did so here. Okay, so maybe this time it wasn't our fault. Can we do it again? Can we try it again to find out? No, because now the game thinks we've moved on. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. Deep breaths. I'll see you in 8. I mean, who said saving the world was going to be easy? So you can't expect a cakewalk when we're saving the world. Okay, 8 minutes. Okay, so we did manage to solve our puzzle, though we suspect there's a bug here in the computer, in the implementation here, or Jordan just doesn't like going north. Let's transfer these new corrupted lands to our master map in case it's relevant. Let's see, P and Q 22 and 23. And then we've got one more up here at Q20, Q20. Okay. So this is what our total landscape looks like so far. And we ended up at a safe house at N21 here. All right, let's listen to what Jordan has to tell us. Maybe she's going to explain why we kept telling her to go one place and she wouldn't listen to us.
First leg went about as well as could be expected. The main problem I had was that damn burrower cut off my access to the tower. I spent a good part of the night getting across that unstable ground. I made it across and set up camp at Oscar 20, but that is not something I ever want to do again. Fortunately, I think I can make it to the tower from my current position. Here's what you need to know. The tower is in sector Uniform 25. Now for the fun part. We've got a ton of corrupted land. We still have the spots from before taking up Quebec 20, Papa 22 and 23, and Quebec 22 and 23. But on top of that, there are massive stretches of it around the tower. From what I can tell, Sierra 25 and 26, Tango 25 and 26, Victor 25 and 26, and Whiskey 25 and 26 are all corrupted. Then we get to the aliens. I've got a Sentinel at Quebec 21, moving 90 around the patch of corrupted land. I've got a Hunter at Tango 18, moving 180, and another Hunter at Whiskey 21, moving 270. To top it all off, there's a Flyer at Mike 24, moving 90. Easy, right? A nice leisurely stroll through the park. Anyway, find me a path. Jordan out.
Sentinel, Hunter, Hunter, Flyer, new corrupted land. I think here she was repeating her corrupted land. No, it might be new corrupted land. I'm going to have to reread her transcript there. But, okay, so let's go reread the transcript there to make sure I don't make a mistake here. I got a lot of this might be a long session today. Okay, so what does she say? She says the burrower cut off her access to the tower. So it sounds like the tower is going to be back through where the burrower went, down here. She might have to cut back through it. Maybe that's relevant for us to know that the burrower was down here. This is where he went. Okay. Anyway, she made it across. So I think she went out back out this way. She set up at Oscar 20. Oh, well, I don't want to be writing on this one, do I? I want to be writing on a new one. Okay, she set up camp at Oscar 20. That's our starting point, Oscar 20. And in fact, before she gets started here, let's look at the extent of our grid. So Oscar on our left up to V, starting at 20. Okay, so V20 is our top right, going all the way down to the bottom of the map. 4, 5, 6, 7. And then going over to the O. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this is our area of interest. Okay, now going back to the dock. She says, ton of corrupted land. We still have the 2 spots from before, and she's reminding us Q20, P22, 23, Q22, 23. So these are all the places from before. Okay, so P22, 23, and Q23. So same spaces as before. And then there was one right above here. Q20, yeah, right there. Okay. So these are the places from before. And now she says also massive stretches around the tower, Sierra 25 and 26. Sierra 25 and 26. Tango 25 and 26. Okay. Sierra 25, 26, Tango 25 and 26. Then it looks like we've got a gap and we go V and W 25 and 26. But actually, half of that is off of our area, but that doesn't mean the Sentinels aren't still patrolling it. Okay, now the aliens. Let's make sure we get these right. We have a Sentinel at Q21 moving 90 degrees. So Q21 is our Sentinel going due east around this way. A Hunter at Tango 18 moving 180. So Tango 18 is here, going straight south, entering our area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sentinels going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. Tango at T18 going 180. Okay. Another Hunter at Whiskey 21 going to 70. Whiskey 21, we have a Hunter. Whiskey 21 going to 70. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not the best, but hopefully we'll be able to figure that out. To top it off, there's a flyer at Mike 24 moving due east. M24, we have a flyer moving 90 degrees. Now I need a reminder if flyers move 2 sectors per hour or 1. That's kind of important. Does anyone remember if the flyers move 2 sectors at an hour? All right, let's check our notes. Check our notes. We took good notes. Flyer 2 sectors every direction that can see, but they move 1 sector per hour. Okay. So 1 sector per hour. So the flyer is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like that. Okay. Here we go. Let's go to our grid. And where are we going? Where is the tower? She told us the tower is at U25. Look at it, nestled right down here. There's our goal. Okay, pretty hairy. Look at them patrolling this area like crazy. Swarming all around it. Sentinel going around this one. Sentinel going around this one. Do we have a Sentinel going around this one? Or this one? We don't. Not that we know of. Okay. But a Sentinel going around here. We just have to sneak through here or through here. All right, let's go to our grid. Let's set up our starting point, which is at O20. All right. Assuming we have everything correct here, we've got our Hunter and our hunter. Let's put this up so I can see it. We've got our flyer. And we've got our sentinel. Okay, and it's Jordan. Let me just zoom out a little bit. All right. So normally the flyer can see 2 spaces away, but we were told because it's Jordan, the flyers only see 1 sector in all directions. The sentinel see 1 direction. So the flyers, what is this entire space around it? 1 square. The sentinel, because it's Jordan, is just 1 square orthogonally, not in the diagonals. That's their blind spot. And these hunters for Jordan have to be right on top of her. And we don't think that the burrower's tunnel, which was here up O, we don't think this is relevant for her, but it's possible that coming down in here might be tunnel. I'm just going to make a little mark here in case we're worried that the rules expect us to think that that's burrower tunnel. I don't think we're going to be going here anyway, although I'm not sure. Let's see what we could conceivably do in our 8 remaining turns. Could we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? We can't, there's no way to go down here. We'd never get up here in time, even if we cut the corners 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can't do it. So we're clearly going to come through here. We can just chase behind this guy, it seems. Assuming that he goes at our speed. Okay, so we're going to go diagonally here. This guy's going to go here and turn. This guy's going to go here. This guy's going to go here. This guy's going to go here. That's our first move. No reason not to. And again, no reason not to chase this guy. Chase behind him. Our second move, we go there. Now is where we have to start being careful based on the rules of this game. I wouldn't mind going diagonally down, but I don't know if that considers us crossing the corrupted. I think it probably does. So I think we probably got to go straight rather than cut this corner here. He's going here. These two are ending up on the same space. The flyer goes that way. Okay, so now we're going to have to beeline, though. Because we got to beat that flyer. So I guess... feels like there's multiple ways we could do this. Let me just see. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we have 5 turns. I guess we got to be careful getting hit by this guy. So we might have to do a little wait for this guy to pass, but let's try it. We're going to go diagonally here. S22. This guy goes here. This guy goes here. They can't see us because of Jordan. This guy goes here. This guy goes here. So everyone's on their 4th move. Now, we cannot go here because this guy would clobber us. So we're not going to be going here. We could just wait, or we could go here, or we could go above it just to make rightward progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we only have 4 moves. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. All right, so we've got 1 spare move to make. Have I? Yeah, okay. All right, we can't go here. We could go here, but we have to watch out being killed by this fire. We have 1 spare move. I feel like I might as well go down. And the fires can see 1, so we have to be careful about not being spotted by this fire. 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like maybe we have to go behind this fire without taking a break. I'm thinking like let this guy go down and we go behind him. Is that gonna work? I don't know if it likes that. But then we could go here. To U23. And then we could go straight. No, we can't go straight down. Because then when we go down, the fire sees us. But we could go here. Then this guy turns around. And this guy goes here. I don't know if it's going to like this, to be honest. Hey, look at that. We got it on the first try. We just got in there before the fire went by. All right, that's a miracle. Okay, there's the Poggers comment that no one understands what that means. Is that a Toronto Canadian expression? We don't know. Okay, let's listen.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that was close. Damn flyer almost got me at the end. I barely made it behind the tower before it could see me. Okay. There's an entrance up ahead. I watched a couple of hunters enter it a few minutes ago. The path looks clear, so I'm gonna make my move.
She's running into the tower.
The entrance... it's moving. Oh, not exactly. It's more like it's pulsing. It's like the whole thing has a heartbeat. The entire inside is giving off this faint blue-green glow. It kind of reminds me of a bioluminescent bay. Holy... Focus, Jordan. Okay, I'm moving inside. Wish me luck.
Whoa.
Oh, God.
You can hear the reverberation.
117. You're not going to believe this. This tower is organic. I don't think the aliens built this place. I think it's alive. The walls, the floor, everything is made of, well, meat.
Yeah.
The glowing is coming from these orbs stuck in the walls. They flicker and pulse along with the entire structure. I'm making my way further in. So far, this looks like just a straight tunnel deeper into the tower. The passageway is roughly 6 feet wide. I haven't seen any aliens, which is lucky. I still have that handgun, but I doubt it would do me much good in here against a swarm of hunters. Okay, I think I've reached the first intersection. It looks like the tunnel continues on straight, but there's a smaller tunnel that intersects this one, almost at a right angle. So there are paths going to the left and right as well. I have no clue which way to go here. And it's not like you have a map this time. Damn. At least Theseus took some yarn along to help in the labyrinth. What the hell are we gonna do?
Rope.
I'm not wandering around lost in here until something kills me. There's gotta be some way to... Wait,
The rope.
I think I have something 117. There are markings engraved in the walls. It looks like the alien language. Maybe you could interpret these and tell me where I need to head. Here, let me upload these to DocView for you. Just a second. Come on, don't do this to me. Shit. Something's wrong. I can't get these to upload at all. Maybe the tower's blocking part of the signal. I guess I should be thankful I can communicate with you at all then. I guess I can describe the shapes to you. Oh, God. Who would have thought the fate of the world would hang on a bastardization of telephone and Pictionary? All right, here we go. Up first, by the left path, we have a shape that looks like a sideways tuning fork or a field goal post with a circle in the middle of it. Then going straight along this main tunnel is a larger path with what looks like a U with a circle in the middle of it and horizontal lines coming off the right and left sides. And then finally, to the right, there is what looks like a large Z with an extended bottom line. Above that bottom line, there's another shape. It's 2 vertical circles and what looks like the number 7. Any input on what I should do?
The fuck? A vertical circle? What's a vertical circle? A Z with the vertical circle. I don't know what's going to happen if I switch to the dock to re-hear her. A vertical circle. So she said, here are the symbols. Get rid of this. I don't need this anymore for now. All right. So she said something like this. Straight ahead. This, and then. So is this our Zoe? Should we send her straight for the Zoe? 2 circles positioned vertically. I mean, if we get this wrong, it'll just rewind us. But we know what the Zoe was. I don't even know if that is the Zoe, but it sure sounded like the Zoe symbol, though I only see 1 circle here. But it sure sounded like to the right was this. I mean, I don't know if where we're trying to... This sounds like where the hunters hang out. Isn't that like the hunter symbol? Where's our other page? Like the tuning fork here, carving of a hunter standing still. So I think to the left is a hunter hangout. Now, what's this one? I think this might... I wonder if this isn't this one. Hunter fighting. I lean towards the Z too. All right, so how should we have her go right? I think to the left is the hunter closet where the hunters are stored, and to the straight ahead is where the hunters who are ready to fight go. because that looks like that. So we're going to send her to the right. Here we go. Anyone else who hasn't played want to chime in? Gulp. Here we go.
Going right. And the passage is getting narrower and more damp. Ugh, yeah. The air is definitely thicker this way. I can feel condensation building on my skin. It is way more gross than you're imagining. The walls themselves are dripping now, too.
Oh, this is creepy.
Hold on. It's opening up ahead. I think I'm coming up on a room. I have no idea what is happening in here. I'm in a circular room about 15 feet across. The ceiling is leaking the same fluids as the wall. It's mostly in the center of this room. It's coming down hard, but it's not pooling on the floor. It's sinking into it, like getting absorbed. Ugh. I wonder what the purpose of this is. We don't have time.
Oh,
I don't see another way out of this room, and there's nowhere to input any kind of commands to the tower, so I have to double back. Give me a second.
Going back. All right.
All right, I'm back at that intersection. So, I can go straight to the path. Wait, straight would have been the left path before. This is gonna get confusing. Let me recenter myself so we don't get lost. Okay, let's try this again. I can go left toward the sideways tuning fork and circle, or straight down the larger path that has the U with a circle in the middle of it and horizontal lines coming off the right and left sides. Which way?
All right, so we were wrong to send her to the right. At least there were no hunters in there. We think this is a hunter standing still. Presumably that means a hunter guarding. It's just this looks closer to like the hunter fighting. So it's like, what's better? But we're not really sure that this is the hunter. Like the tuning fork is the hunter, surely. So I guess we should send her straight. A U with two lines coming off. I mean, we don't really... Have we ever seen that before? We don't even know where we're trying to send her. I mean, we're trying to send her to the tuning fork room. Or whatever the central server is. Here's a U. Okay, here's a U. Let's see. Let's read this again. The sender is C frequencies. I sent out this frequency. This circuit works from our simulation. The angels arrived. They were listening to me. Oh, wait, look, here they are. Okay, here are these two symbols. All right, let's read this carefully. He said, here is the sideways tuning fork. Seems to be the opposite of this one. This is the U with the two lines. For example, this and this seems similar at first. However, this results in more purposeful action, whereas this seems as if they're recharging. So actually, it sounds like this is where this tuning fork is where they stand and recharge. And if that's the opposite of this one, this might be where they're ready to fight and and take action. So maybe we should send them to where the hunters are hibernating to charge. What do you think about that? These are opposites. To the center is the U with the lines, and to the left is the sideways pitchfork. They're both like hunter related, but they're opposites. And this one to the left is a recharge. Harry agrees. Okay, so somewhat counterintuitively, we're going to send her into the hunter room, but we're hoping it's the recharge of the hunter room. All right, here we go. Could be sending her into death, but take a deep breath and let's go.
Going into the narrower tunnel on the left. The floor here is rougher than it was in the main tunnel. It's not as damp either. More foot traffic? Or tentacle traffic? Oh, I hear something up ahead. Shit. Hunters. At least 6. They're moving around and they're... Hold on. What the hell? They're shoving themselves into the wall. The wall is opening up and it looks like they're... Damn it. That's coming from behind me.
Oh, shit.
I'm trapped here. Shit. Shit.
Wow, she just got killed. Well, it was a reasonable theory. It was a reasonable theory to send her into the recharge of the hunters. But it was not the right thing. All right.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that was close.
That was a very cool scene, though.
2 vertical circles and what looks like the number 7. Any input on what I should do?
Yeah, how about you try going straight ahead this time, since the other directions caused you death?
Continuing on to the largest path. The path's starting to curve to the right. Otherwise, all looks the same. Wait. Hold on a second. God, if anything comes down this path, I'm screwed. Got nowhere to run or hide. Well, nothing I can do about that now. Just have to keep moving. Coming up on another 4-way intersection. I hope... Yes, the pathways are marked with more symbols. Ready, 117? The path to the left has a single vertical line with a circle to the right of it. It looks like the path itself has a slight decline to it. Straight ahead is the widest option. That symbol's that large Z again, but the bottom line isn't as long, and there's only one circle above it. Finally, to the right, there's another U with a circle in the middle of it. There are lines going off each side like before, but this time they slant upward instead of being horizontal. It looks like that path makes a sharp turn to the left. I can't see further than 20 feet down that way. Any thoughts?
Not really. Are we supposed to know how to are we supposed to know how to make these decisions? I mean, I carved Zoe into the front door as a talisman to keep the aliens away. I mean, I'd be inclined to use our logic to do this one now that this looks exactly like it, instead of this one, which had 2 circles. I mean, this one was full of aliens. This one, vertical line and a dot, I don't think we know that symbol. We've never seen that symbol before. I don't think we know what to do. I'm going to send her right for this one. This was, at least this one was the empty room. No one was in it. So what's the worst that can happen? Go straight.
Heading for the widest path. The path keeps getting wider. Floor's pretty scratched up this way. Oh, I need to hold up a second. I can see some shadows up ahead. I'm gonna move a hair closer to see if I can keep going or if I need to head back. There's a cluster of aliens up ahead. I think a few of them are sentinels, but they don't look right. They only have one face instead of four. There's also a larger alien I've never seen before.
Whoa.
It has long front limbs that end in spikes, and it's... Jesus. The spiked one just ripped one of the sentinels open, and it... Holy... It's shoving another sentinel into the incision, and their bodies are bubbling, and they're fusing together. Oh, God. Sentinels aren't born with four faces. They're made. Oh, shit, you see me.
Yikes, we just got her killed again.
Continuing on.
So, in one sense, you could say we are... I don't think there's a way to logically make the right decision. I could be wrong, but either way, like, these are useful little story elements. So it seems like we have to go through these. Well, we told her to go straight into the zoo. I think we're learning not to go towards the zoo. Yeah, the queen alien. So I think let's send her down. The lower down, the better for the server room. I'm going to send her to the left, which had a slight decline.
Left it is. I'm definitely moving downward. The slope was slight at first, but it's getting steeper. I think I'm below ground now. I didn't realize the tower had buried itself like this. What the hell is it doing? I think I can make something out up ahead. I'm gonna try to get a little closer. This is incredible. There's a series of tubes, I guess. They're long channels that run into the floor. Hunters.
Oh.
They're carrying something. It looks like a giant pod. There's something inside it wiggling back and forth.
Ugh, creepy.
Okay. They're putting the pod into one of the tubes. What are they? Oh, God. The tube peeled open from the middle. They put the pod inside and... Oh. The tube is pulsating now, and I can see the lump of the pod moving down. It's like a giant esophagus swallowing
like a
something.
stomach they're feeding the tower.
The pod disappeared beneath the floor. That's enough of this. I'm getting out of here before they see me. I'm heading back to the last junction. I'm back at the intersection. I can either go straight toward the widest path with the large Z and single circle, or right toward the path that makes a sharp turn with the symbol that's a U with a circle in the middle of it and upward slanting lines. Thoughts?
Well, okay, look, now we have a little bit of a pattern. Like on the first route, it was the U. The second route is the U, seems like our only choice. So maybe this is the symbol we need to keep following. the U symbol. So why doesn't she have 3 choices now? Shouldn't she have 3 choices? Now I'm confused. Let me listen to this part again.
Left it is.
So we told her to go left.
Gas junction. The tube is pulsating now, and I can see the lump of the pod moving down. It's like a giant esophagus swallowing something. The pod disappeared beneath the floor. That's enough of this. I'm getting out of here before they see me. I'm heading back to the last junction. I'm back at the intersection. I can either go straight toward the widest path with the large Z and single circle, or right toward the path that makes a sharp turn with the symbol that's a U with a circle in the middle of it and upward slanting lines. Thoughts?
Okay. So she didn't give us a chance to go back where she came. So only 2 choices. Okay, here we are. We're going to the right to the U.
Moving toward the path with the sharp bend. The bend keeps going. I'm also moving upward. It was subtle at first, but now the path is getting steeper. I'm definitely moving in a corkscrew higher into the tower. It's starting to level out. Okay. I've reached another opening. 3 options again. The left hallway is gross. The walls in that path are pulsating more than the others, so that's fun. On the wall next to it is crap. Okay, stick with me here. There's that large Z, but above it is kind of an open triangle. What I mean is that the bottom line of the triangle is missing. Continuing off the right bottom corner of the open triangle is a horizontal line. On the left corner of the open triangle is a circle with a diagonal line through it. And above the open triangle is another circle. Okay, next symbol. Straight ahead is a wider path. The floor looks rougher that direction. On the wall is a backward 7. In the middle of the diagonal line of the 7 shape is a circle. There's another line coming out of that circle horizontally to the left. And finally, to the right is a path that looks similar to the tunnel I just came from. It just doesn't look like it turns as much. It has... you gotta be kidding me. It's like a combination of the other 2 symbols here. There's the large Z, but above the extended bottom line is the 7 shape with the circle. The only difference is that there's a second circle that appears on the other side of the horizontal line. Which one of these should I move toward?
What the fuck? How are we supposed to understand? How? I mean... I thought we were just gonna follow the U's. There's the backwards 7 looking stuff. But no mention of what they mean. This symbol, which seems like the straight ahead symbol, is carved in the half-eaten bear. Looks like this. So I don't think we want to go where the bear gets eaten. This one is the Zoe and an half-eaten bear. So I think we gotta go. I think we're gonna have to go to this crazy one that looks like a picture of a tower. So I'm gonna send her left. Did it say if any of them are heading upward? I'm just gonna send her left.
Oh, the pulsating hallway. Hooray. Yeah, this is just as awful as I was expecting. Feeling a heartbeat in the floor you're walking on is really unsettling. Whoa. I don't know if I'm more impressed or disgusted, but this room is something else.
Listen
Sorry,
to the
117.
screaming in the background.
I don't mean to zone out on you like that. The hallway opened up into a larger room. The walls are translucent. They're illuminated by these veins, bioluminescent light. Every 2 or 3 seconds, the entire room contracts. Each time the lights pulse as this glowing liquid is pumped through the walls and out of the room. It's stunning. But more importantly, there's another hallway on the opposite side of the room, and it looks like it's another corkscrew that leads higher into the tower. Here's hoping some kind of control room's near the top. This climb sucks. The walls are pulsating like the previous room. Every surface is covered with the thicker film. It's like... And I just slipped and fell halfway back down.
I thought that was it for her.
This sucks. Okay, made it. I've reached another junction. God, I hope we're getting close. Anyway. The branch to the left has, well, it actually has a bunch of different symbols carved all over the walls. But the most prominent one looks like, well, it kind of looks like 2 shapes put together. The first one is another backward 7, but this time the circle is in the middle of the top part of the 7, the horizontal line. At the end of that horizontal line is a short vertical line going up. It's followed by another horizontal line that runs parallel to the top of the 7. So altogether, it kind of looks like a backward S with the top half being horizontal and the bottom part being diagonal. Straight ahead, the path looks similar to where I just came from, minus the pulsing. The marking's pretty similar as well. There's the large Z with the extended line. Above the line is the open triangle again, but there's only one circle above the triangle and a little to the left of the peak. On the bottom left corner of the open triangle is a diagonal line. On the bottom right corner is a horizontal line running to the right. Finally, the path to the right looks narrower and more damp. Great. This path has carvings that look almost identical to the ones I saw lower in the tower. It's the large Z with the backward 7 and 2 circles. The difference is off the top of the 7, there's a short vertical line going down, and it ends in a short horizontal line. It's kind of like an upside-down T. All right, that's all I got. Where am I going?
How are we supposed to know? Is there a logic to this language? Like if we had figured it out, we could know? I'm just gonna send her straight ahead. Lots of symbols. I don't think there's a way for us to know this, but I could be wrong. All right, I think we're on the right path. Just keep going straight.
The normal one. Thank God. So far, so good. A few twists and turns. Maybe a slight uphill tilt to the floor. It's hard to tell. The tunnel widens up ahead. It sounds like I got company. Okay. 2 hunters in the room in front of me.
Oh boy.
The room also has fresh air? Wait, does it? Yes.
Oh, it's near
There
the
are
top?
holes in the walls. Maybe 4 inches across. Do they lead outside? It doesn't matter. There's also a network of small spheres. Looks like a few thousand of them. Each
This
maybe
does
the
not
size of my
seem good.
fist. They're held together in 2 primary groups with something that looks like twine. The hunters are doing something with the cluster on the right side of the room. There's also a hallway straight ahead. I'm thinking if I move around the group of spheres on the left side, I should be able to slip past them. Wish me luck.
Oh boy.
Made it. That was close. I don't know how much longer our luck's gonna hold out like that. Looks like this tunnel corkscrews up again. Luckily, it doesn't look as slick as the last one I had to climb. I'm at the top. Wouldn't you know, there's another 4-way intersection. This one's a little different, though. It's 3 paths leading off a large central chamber. The leftmost one looks average for this place, and it runs straight for a bit before curving to the right. Carved into the wall is a symbol that looks similar to the backward S I described before, only this time the S is blocky on the top and bottom with nothing but horizontal and vertical lines. There's also a circle in the center of it. The center path is larger than the other 2 put together. It has 3 connected open triangles next to each other, with the middle one's taller than the other 2. And above that middle triangle is a circle. Altogether, it kind of looks like the sun rising over a mountain range. Finally, the rightmost path has a ton of carvings, like the other one I mentioned. The most prominent one is the exact same backward S I saw on the lower level, with the horizontal top part and the diagonal lower part. Door 1, 2, or 3, 117.
All right, we could be at the finale here. Surely we should go into this crazy room straight ahead, don't you think? That's the mountain with the sun rising over it. That sounds like the tower view. Let's try it. Straight ahead, tower view.
Going for the largest path. Oh, wow. This is insane. Okay. In the middle of the room, there is a large spiked structure. It looks like it's made of metal. Every now and then, electricity arcs through the air and hits the structure. It looks like... Give me a second. Yeah, the arcs all come from a structure in the wall on the left side of the room. It's a series of small rods that look like metal. Running to the rods are a network of bioluminescent, well, wires, for lack of a better term. It looks like the wires lead into the floor on that side. I wonder if the other hallway on the left side of the chamber leads in the same direction as the wires. Only one way to find out. Okay, 117. Do we check out the normal hallway to see if the wires lead anywhere? Or do we look at the hallway with all the carvings first?
It looks like our intuition about where to go was starting to kick in. We could look in the carvings room, or we could go straight for the wires. What does the group think here? I guess I'd be inclined to check out the carvings first. YouTube says there are 11 concurrent viewers and 9 likes. We've been playing for 3.5 hours. It's almost time for a break, but let's do this one first. All right. If no one is going to chime in, I'm just going to send her to look at the carvings.
Checking out the way with all the carvings. This is a pretty short hallway. It opens up after only 20 feet or so. Doesn't look like this leads the way. Shit!
Whoa, that was rough. Okay, the carvings were protected by a flyer or something.
The normal one, thank God. And above that middle triangle is the lower level with the horizontal top part and the diagonal lower part. Door 1, 2, or 3, 117.
Oh, it backed us up to this. All right, I'm going to have her go straight again. And then...
Going for the largest path.
With the wires.
Only one way to find out. Okay, 117. Do we check out the normal hallway to see if the wires lead anywhere? Or do we look at the hallway with all the carvings first?
All right, we tried the carvings before. Now we're going to go to the wires room.
Keeping with the average-looking path to the left. Holy.
What does she say?
We made it. There's a massive network of writhing bioluminescent wires surrounding massive etchings of the alien language. There's also an alien in front of it. It looks like it has its arm jammed into the wall. Is that how it's giving commands? I wish there were a better option, but my odds aren't going to get better than a one-on-one with the element of surprise.
You gonna shoot it in the head?
Well, if they didn't know I was here yet, they sure do now. We need to move fast. 117, I hope you've got the code figured out because time is not our friend and I'm running out of bullets. I need to figure out some way to integrate Patricia into... Wait. What did Theo do to this drive? It's not a port I recognize. It kind of looks like a small spike. What was he planning? Can I just jam this into the wall? I mean, the alien did. Damn thing is stuck. Okay, Jordan, think. The spike on the drive is too small for the hole anyway. And Theo was messing around with integrating Patricia into the alien biotech. And maybe I could just... The whole wall just lit up like a Christmas tree. Looks like stabbing the alien with Patricia was the right answer. God, Theo, you were a sick SOB. Okay, I should just have to punch in the correct sequence and this place will blow itself to hell. We just have to get... I think we're only getting one shot at this before I have company. Okay. We just have to... What the hell?
Greetings, Jordan.
Patricia.
I am online. Awaiting command input.
What the f...
I have successfully accessed Tower 337.
What do you mean, 337? Are you telling me there are at least 300 other towers?
We do
Whoa.
not have much time. Please, what is the input you desire?
Jesus. 117, this is freaking me out. Patricia is speaking through a dead alien. And there are way more towers than I thought. This is much larger.
Time is of the essence, Miss Kim. Please input a command. They are coming.
God, I hate everything about this. But screw it. 117, what command am I inputting?
Oh my God. All right. We're supposed to have figured out this alien language. I'm afraid we haven't. But he did say there was one sentence that was the key. So maybe that's the sentence. But it's time for a break. We are getting a proper finale here. All right, we're taking a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Get your coffee and tea ready.
I'll make it up. I'll make it. I'll make it up. I'll make it
We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing the final box of the final season of the final set of Hunt the Killer retirement games. And we are here at the finale. So we have to put in the first input symbol. Then we're trying to self-destruct this tower. Okay, so now the first symbol, we know what the first symbol has to be, right? Doesn't he talk about how like every sentence to be valid has to start with a symbol and end with a symbol? So let's go remind ourselves what symbol has to start every sentence. So everything has to start with this. Every sentence has to start with the LI, I think. Where does he talk about that? The symbol that opens the circuit must always be followed by this little 2. Retrace the steps. Symbol that opens the circuit always has to be a 2. So I think that's going to be our second symbol. Here is the most important sentence. I think this is the sentence we're going to try to use. If I had to guess, I would guess that this is the sentence. But I do want to find where he mentions about one letter has to always start, one symbol always starts, and one symbol always ends. Having a little bit of trouble finding that. That confirmation. Here. All right, so let's just look at this for a second. He says he's learned about these 2 symbols. They're in every frequency. This one is always the beginning, and this one is always the end. So I think first things first, our first symbol should look like this. So which one of these matches that? A diagonal open triangle, a sideways tuning fork, a backwards S, horizontal U, horizontal circle in the center. It's none of these. That's unfortunate. If we look at the directions we followed to get here, it was horizontal U, horizontal circle in the center. So this number 1 is the sign on the door that we used to get here. So one theory I had was that we were going to look at the start and end sentences and see if we could make sense of that. The second theory I had was that the sentence that he said is the key sentence. Blank is the most sentence I have at my disposal. So the backwards S circle in the center has to be the second command sent. So I don't think that's our first one. And the sideways tuning fork with the circle in the center, that's a hunter. So I don't think it's that one. So I don't think it's 2 or 4. And the first one, I don't think we know what that means, but we have seen it before. Diagonal, open triangle, horizontal, circle above. That's the one that I don't know what it means. Diagonal, open triangle, horizontal. I'm going to say that one just because I don't know. I don't know what that means, and I feel like maybe we know what the others mean. So I'm going to say with the first symbol, we're going to choose 3. And I'm basing that on ruling out 4, ruling out 2, and then deciding between 3 and 1. So I'm just going to pick up my backup. All right, let's click and see what happens here. If this is anything like the other puzzles, it's not going to give us feedback. I'm just going to say 3. Yeah, now it wants the second one. Okay, well, this one I know the answer to. It has to be a backwards S with a circle in the center, because that's what we're told the first symbol, second symbol has to be a backwards S. That's the sort of checksum. So that's going to be a 2. Now, third symbol. I think maybe we are doing this. Maybe that first description was the diagonal. So we've done the 2. So this is what we're looking for now. Horizontal backwards 7. No. How about horizontal open triangle, horizontal circle in the center? That's it right there. 4. And now we might need the closing symbol here. Well, how do we explain this? Diagonal, open triangle, horizontal, circle above, no. Horizontal, inverted open triangle, diagonal, circle below. There it is, 3. This is his most important sentence. Here we go.
Well, the whole board just changed colors. It's glowing a bright blue. Did it work? Wait. The aliens showed up.
Oh shit.
They're not attacking, though. It looks like they're waiting for something.
Command input successful. I now have access to full network. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Kim.
What are you doing?
Your assistance is no longer required. Allow me to free you from the burden of flesh.
She's in my head. Get out! No.
What? What is this whole thing is malfunctioning now? Can I click these? What? We're looking at the feed of the tower. And it's destroying the people? Is it destroying our home base? What is it doing? We put in the right code. It gave Patricia control, and then she just took over our brain, and she's doing something.
I have successfully accessed Tower 337.
What do you mean, 337? Are you telling me there are at least 300 other towers?
We do not have much time. Please, what is the...
I don't understand. Look at all these other audio files we haven't accessed yet. I don't get it.
I have successfully accessed Tower 337.
What do you mean, 337? Are you telling me there are at least 300 other towers?
We do not have much time. Please, what is the input you desire?
Jesus. 117, this is freaking me out. Patricia is speaking through a dead alien. And there are way more towers than I thought. This is much larger.
Time is of the essence, Miss Kim. Please input a command. They are coming.
God, I hate everything about this. But screw it. 117, what command am I inputting?
Okay, so we put in his command, I think, which she said is correct, and then she took over. Does that mean, like... Okay, so what if we do the opposite? Like, remember he said certain things are opposites? So what if we do the proper first and, like, there's four symbols. It's always the first and second are going to look the same, and the final one is going to look the same. But this middle one is the one that we could reverse. So I think what we do here is, I mean, it was weird how that ended. It wasn't clear if it was an ending. I think what we do is we reproduce the same command. We start with the 3, which starts the command. Then we do the backwards S, which always has to be the second symbol. And then we know what the closing symbol could be, but this is the one we can reverse. So if this is the symbol that he wanted us to use, horizontal. We did 4. We did the open triangle, horizontal circle in the center. But how would we invert that? Horizontal, backward 7, circle in the center, or a regular S circle in the center, or a horizontal U, horizontal circle in the center. And what is this all about? All right, well, why don't we've already tried, if my theory is correct, that this is the only one we really have control over. And we've tried the 4, and that's what gave Patricia the command. Maybe we just have to not give her the command. A regular S circle in the center. What about if we use the dead bear symbol, like the dead creature symbol? Where was his journal? So this was the dead creature symbol. Maybe we put that symbol in them. Do we have this choice? Horizontal, backwards 7, circle in the center. That's it. 1. That's the death symbol. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this works.
Did it work? Nothing's happening. 117?
Command input unsuccessful.
Shit.
They are here.
Come at me, you piece of garbage!
View video, view video. So does this give us the same outcome? Yes. Huh. So whether we give her the correct stuff or not.
I have success.
3, 2. Then I guessed it was the 1. We tried that. I could try a 2 this time. What happened?
Did it work? Nothing's happening.
Now it reacted on the
117?
third symbol.
Command input unsuccessful.
Shit.
They are here.
Come at me, you piece of garbage!
It's weird that we got it right the first time, but then... Whoa, look at that.
I have success.
So this time it reacted on the first thing. I'm just trying the same, just messing with the middle one because it feels like the start has to be always that. Then it always has to be the backwards S. And this is the one. I've tried a 1, I've tried a 2, I've tried... Have I tried the 3?
Did it work? Nothing's happening. 117?
Command input unsuccessful.
Shit.
They are here.
Come at me, you piece of garbage!
Now it's aborting at the 3rd symbol, and these 2 buttons seem broken. I'm hesitant to reload the page no matter what we... Oh! Maybe I should have pressed 1. I mean, we've tried it all now, other than changing other stuff. I'm going to do the one we did the first time. This is the one that said it was successful.
The whole board just changed colors. It's glowing a bright blue. Did it work? Wait. The aliens showed up. They're not attacking, though. It looks like they're waiting for something.
Command input successful. I now have access to full network.
I mean, what else
Thank
could we
you
have
for your
done?
cooperation, Miss Kim.
What are you doing?
Your assistance is no longer required. Allow me to free you from the burden of flesh.
She's in my head! Get out! No!
I mean, I would agree that this is the ending and it's just a sad ending, but then why would it kick us to this page? It's trying to like trigger some epilepsy. And then there's a view video with the broken buttons. Like, there's this happens, the same outcome happens no matter what. It doesn't really make sense. And then there's this that we haven't used. So it doesn't feel like we've reached the end. Well, let's think for a minute before we go read the hints. Well, I'm being told to check the chat, but I don't know what... I don't know what I'm meant to be reading. Flashing is a glitch. You got to pull out the tab to make it work. But, I mean, I can pull out the tab here, but I don't see what it's actually, how that helps us. But Okay, I pulled out the tab. That's could connect the battery. Now I'm going to push the button. Okay, but as expected, I don't know what to do with that. The green meant you go back on yourself. I mean, maybe this is meant to be a symbol, but I don't know. I don't. Well, sure. Okay, so the part about the screen is flashing was a bug, but that just suggests that it shouldn't be flashing. It doesn't tell me what to do about it. Maybe we're meant to... Well, I think we're going to have to go to the hints and see how the game intends for this to end, or what we're supposed to put in differently. Surely we're meant to use this. And maybe like trace a path, which gives us symbols. Maybe this is the path to the room. I don't know. I just, if there's any other theories about how this website could work. We tried putting in symbols. I felt fairly good about the first symbol and the second symbol are fixed, and the last symbol was fixed. We only had one in the middle that we could experiment with, I felt like. I tried them all. They all say they failed, except the one, which seemed to work. I'm not sure what else we could put in. And then Patricia took over, didn't give us any more input. Put the purple thing from box 3 over it. Well, that is a brilliant idea, Jonathan. That is an absolutely brilliant idea. There are actually little indents, so I think you are absolutely right. Okay, it absolutely fits with these circles with the lights. That's brilliant, Jonathan. And now what do we do? So remember, the green is when it said somewhere, something turns green when you go back. So if I had to guess, it means that when you see that there might be a path through this. First of all, I don't know where we start, although we did get this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That doesn't really help. But I'm guessing, like, if you knew where to start, okay, so it can't be that you would go here because that would turn that green, I think. So if you doubled back on all of the greens, I think that means these only get hit once. So is it that you go, it can't be that. You start here and double back. You'd have to double back past these guys. It seems to me you have to either start or end here. So you start here, you go through these guys, but then you have to double back through green. That doesn't make sense. Start at the blue, double back. Start at the blue, cross the green, Back. Yeah, I mean, maybe these are white, these are blue. I forget what I don't remember any difference between a white and a blue rule. All right, that's okay. We are going to go to the hints because Jonathan has brilliantly figured out that this should be on top of this. And I do remember some rule about green doubles back, although I don't remember the difference between a white and a blue. But I have even if you told me an exact order here, I don't know how I would use this information. Okay, a truly bizarre little moment here. But let's read through the hints. So frequency, we talked to Jordan. We solved the puzzle, the grid puzzle. And then this is navigating the ship. It's just pay careful attention to the alien symbols she describes. Identifying them may help you. Didn't really. In the audio, notice the keyword Theseus. Theseus is a figure in Greek mythology who used a string. It's a good idea to keep track of where you tell Jordan to go. You can write a list. It's just saying so if you die, you go back. All right, that's fine. We did all that. And let me just make sure that that is the path we took. I mean, surely straight, right? Yes, okay. So now, the next time two become one. Okay, we already solved all this. It says use context clues to connect meaning to the alien symbols. Warning. Revealing these meanings could potentially spoil the story and puzzles that rely on context clues toward the end of the game. Reveal these only at the end of the game if you find the puzzles very difficult, which we do. Wow, this is supposed to be the language, I guess. Close, end, eat, destroy, attack, encode, enemy, other, home, move, obey, rest, self, watch, heart, intestines, and stomach. Now, look for a hint in Theo's journal about the symbols lighting up different colors. Place the alien biotech from episode 3 over the Patricia prototype circuit board and line the symbols up over the lights. That's what Jonathan had us do. You actually took a different path that wasn't in these answers at all, still ended up in the same place. Okay, so, but we've done this. Now, we've done what Jonathan said. Now, manipulate the biotech and the prototype together. The correct pattern of symbols should be lit up in blue and green, should overlap the white light. Click on the choices as they appear on the website. Diagonal open triangle. The correct input of the symbols as seen on the biotech. After manipulating, you may notice a different pattern. This is the pattern hinted at. Boy, I don't understand. But okay, let's back up now. Manipulate the biotech from episode 3 and the Patricia prototype together. The correct pattern of symbols should be lit up in blue and green. The correct pattern of symbols should be lit up in blue and green. Period, lowercase, should overlap the white light. Okay, that sentence makes no sense. There are no buttons to push on this other than to do this. Okay, Zoe is the symbol they're missing, should overlap the white light. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. We've lined up the thing. It's important to find the correct lineup. Maybe these can be put. I mean, they're indents here. It feels like there's only one way to do this, but it doesn't. This is not the problem. The problem is I don't know what to do with this information. It says manipulate it, and then there's a period, and then a lowercase partial sentence fragment should overlap the white light. Don't know what that means. And then it says click on the choices as they appear. The first choice should be diagonal open triangle, horizontal circle above, backwards S, circle in center. Diagonal open triangle, horizontal.
I have successfully accessed.
So it's saying choice 3 we do first, I guess. That is what we did. Okay. And then it's saying the next step, I guess it's saying the next step is horizontal backwards 7, circle in center, which is naturally what we did. Backwards S, circle in center. That is, of course, what I did. That's the second valid symbol. I can't tell if this is taking us to the same ending we got. And then circle to the right. I don't really understand why there's extra stuff and why the spacing is so wrong. Horizontal inverted open triangle. Third symbol should be this one. Okay, and now why does it stop here? The correct input of symbols combined. I mean, I think it's putting in exactly what we put in. And now what's happening here? Why is this duplicated? Backwards S, circle in center, backwards S, circle in center, horizontal open triangle, horizontal circle in center, horizontal then this is different. The alternative input of symbols as seen in this biotech disk and circuit board, an alternate ending. I mean, it seems like it's doing exactly what we did. I'm really confused. And it is insane how difficult it is to follow what it's trying to say. Like, there's no... The correct input of symbols as seen in the alien biotech, colon. And it just ends there. So what is it suggesting that... Because it sure seems like we're doing everything we actually did. And it seems to be saying that there's an alternate ending. Horizontal inverted open triangle, diagonal circle below. I mean, this is exactly what we did.
Wow. The whole board just changed colors. It's glowing a bright blue. Did it work? Wait. The aliens showed up. They're not attacking, though. It looks like they're waiting for something.
Command input successful. I now have access to full network. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Kim.
What are you doing?
Your assistance is no longer required. Allow me to free you from the burden of flesh.
She's in my head. Get out!
So is this the alternate ending or the real ending? And regardless, if it's an ending, why on earth are we shown this screen? Jonathan says the hint web page isn't displaying correctly in my browser.
I have successfully accessed Tower 337.
So if I hit
What
1...
do you mean, 337?
Okay. Jonathan says the hints are not displaying correctly in that browser. All right, we'll try another browser. Wait, did they know how to suck the life out of a story? It's like every time you think, wow, this is an amazing story told really well, they're like, hold on, not so fast. Let's throw in an hour of frustration your way just to make sure you don't end on a high note. Make sure you don't end happy. Just, you look like you're enjoying this too much. Let's give you an hour of frustration before you can actually enjoy it. All right, so it looks exactly the same in the Chrome browser. All right. It's not like this is a game that we're supposed to be enjoying, right? This is just a test. This is like we're being tested. That's all. We're just being tested in life. This is not supposed to be something that we're having fun doing. Okay. Now we're accessing it through a third browser, this time on a laptop. Because I've been told by the channel that it's not displaying properly. Okay. All right, this looks exactly the same. So now I'm going to check in with the chat and ask, what are you talking about? I'm now open in 3 browsers, including on a laptop and twice on the tablet, and these pages look identical. All right, well, it may be, but I'm not seeing it on any of the... Okay, so it had nothing to do with the browser. It's just that it's missing from the page. All right, let's see. Let's see if these mission number 4, whatever that means. Is there another hint? Guide Jordan back through the tower. All right, well, clearly there's supposed to be another answer. Okay, let's go, actually, let's keep this here for a second. Can I give a clarification? No, not yet. Hold on a second. I mean, yes, I might need a clarification in a second, but hold on. Let's look at this. This looks like one of these is the ending we've been getting. And clearly, we're just going to assume that the designers or whatever are terrible, and we're going to ignore that thing. Okay, so now we did one of these, and the other one has got to be the right one. So let's look. The first answer is the same. The second answer is the same. The third answer is different. The fourth answer is the same. Now, this is particularly problematic because this is exactly what I tried to do. I said we put in the 1. We did the one thing that Theo wanted us to do. So I said, let's go into the 1 character, the 1 symbol, and invert it. And we tried every other possibility. So we should have tried both sets of these. But we're going to try again. This is really quite insane, given this whole digital light-up circuit seems redundant. Oh, now we're really in trouble. Now we're in much bigger trouble. Because, look at this. The website has now forgotten where we were. It thinks we're not even in the middle of a box anymore. That means it doesn't remember that we've solved Jordan's spatial puzzle, and then we've navigated her to the room of the tower. It wants me to do it all over again. I am at a bit of a loss here. Um, I'm not sure what we should do. Like, the only reason I'm not fully in a rage right now is because it's just skipped right over that part. This is so comically ridiculous that I feel like I'm even beyond normal rage. Can I go straight to... No.
You ready for this? Neither.
Now she wants us to navigate her to the grid. Okay. Let's see what the chat has to say. This happened to us too. Just double check it's not up to date in another browser. Oh, maybe that was it. Oh, God. Thank God you're right. Okay. Can use the hints page answers to get back to where you were. Okay. But thank God Jonathan is right that it was just a different browser. Okay. So now.
Successfully.
Okay, now it's decided it's not connected to audio anymore. Oh, guys.
Three, three, seven.
What do you mean 337?
The input you of the essence, Miss Kim. Please input a command. They are
Okay,
coming.
we're back to the command
God,
prompt.
I hate everything about this. But screw it. 117, what command am I inputting?
All right, now, surely it's the 3, which is what we did before. The 2, which is what we did before. And I'm going to stop here. Okay, the people who have played this before, you can tell me what is the third input symbol. We tried 4 based on reproducing Theo's sentence. That led to Patricia killing us. So I said, let's come and do the same thing. We'll just change our third symbol since that's the only one that's different. I believe I tried all of the alternatives and none of them seemed to do anything. They just said fail and got us going again. So the question is, what has gone wrong? You're saying the correct answer has an additional symbol. Okay, let me take this off. Let me open up the hint page again. So you're saying the first 2 symbols were correct, but there were actually both of these are formatted poorly, but this reveals an alternate ending. All right, I don't really understand that. But if we look at our first one, the third instruction from this says it should be horizontal backwards 7, circle in center. Okay, so this is what we tried when I tried to invert his instructions, but Shirley Chu is saying there's an additional step. So after we do this, instead of ending the message now with a 3, it's saying it's actually saying we never do a 3. It's saying Z, circle to the right. I think we're saying like attack all of your cells. Okay, and then you're saying now we're going to get a 5th symbol. Aha, where we get to end it, which is horizontal, inverted, open, triangle, and circle below. Okay, so now we're ending the 5th symbol. So I think there's 2 endings. This is one of them.
The whole board just turned red. Is that it?
Command input successful.
We did it!
Self-destruction assured.
Wait, what?
For all of us. Goodbye, Miss Kim.
We need to get the hell out of here. I'm leaving the main chamber and heading down through the corkscrew. Shit, the hunters. They're hot on my tail, 117. I'm running out of bullets and time. I need you to get me out of here. I'm just past the room with the sphere. Where do I go from here?
All right, now it wants us to undo the moves we made. We did keep track of them, but I don't think, well, where is the track? We're not going to do it fully. So I think that going back from 5, I'm cheating a little bit because I can see the website that this isn't quite right. So it looks like maybe it's saying she made it all the way to this room. Anyway, I can see the end, the hints say we should first go straight, maybe the opposite of this step 4.
Going straight. Hit the bottom of the slide. Back in the pulsing room with the translucent walls and glowing veins. Making my way back to the juncture. Hopefully I made up a little ground, but I can't slow down. I'm back to the split. Which way?
Okay, so now we're inverting this move.
Heading right. Yes, the second corkscrew. So much for gaining ground. Made it to the bottom. This whole place is about to come down. I'm counting on you, 117. Which way at the next split?
Okay, now we're inverting this move by going left.
Going left. Come on. Come on. Almost there. Another junction ahead. This should be the last one. Come on, 117. Get me home. How do I get out of this damn tower?
And now we're inverting our first step where we went straight.
Continuing on. I can see daylight. Not yet, you son of a bitch. Just a little further. One seven. Are you still there? I made it. We did it. We actually did it. Holy shit. Are you seeing this? Oh, God. It feels good to see this tower reduced to a smoldering pile of ash. When the whole thing went up, the world blanked out for a bit. I was sure I was dead. But then I found myself on the ground, lying in a puddle of liquefied alien tower. And I've never felt better. I'm going to get myself to a safe distance where we can talk more. Give me a bit of a head start. And call me back at 572-602. Holy shit. We did it. Jordan out.
All right, so there was some alternate ending. Maybe Shirley Chu in the channel can tell us if they found out what that alternate code was, or was that the code that we saw the ending to when Patricia killed us? Or was there yet a different ending? 572-602. The bad ending was the one where Patricia took over Jordan. Okay, so we did see that. We've seen both endings then. All right, here we go. Let's hear from Jordan. Is the world saved?
Hey, 117. Good to hear from you.
Jordan, you made it!
This should be it.
Hey, Jeremy. It is good to hear your voice.
Yeah, 117 told me you guys blew up the tower and that you were on your way back. Holy shit, Jordan. What was it like in there? Was the entire place crawling with aliens?
Yeah, buddy. It sucked. But thanks to 117, I made it in and out in one piece.
Awesome. Are there still aliens out there? Do you need help getting back? Because I got Salvador back just like you asked, so if you need help, I can head out there right now.
I'm good, Jeremy. But thank you. I appreciate you looking after Salvador. You saved all our asses, and that makes you a full member of the team. As for the aliens, from what I've seen, most of them look like they snapped when the tower went. They're still alive, but they're not coordinated anymore.
What
I
about
think
all
we
the other
broke their
towers?
central line of command. I'm not saying getting back will be easy, but they should be significantly less of a challenge than getting out here was.
That's good. Still be safe, okay?
I will. And 117, thank you for everything. I couldn't have done this without you. Thanks to you, this corner of the world is a hell of a lot safer. We still have a long road to taking back our planet. 300 more towers. Maybe more. This is gonna be... You know, it doesn't matter. Today was a massive victory. We know how to make them bleed now. That means it's time for this to actually become a fight. I'm gonna make my way back a lot more slowly than usual. One, because I'm tired as shit and need a break. And two, because I'm gonna swing by a location I'm pretty sure still has candy bars in the back storeroom. God, I can't wait for a piece of chocolate. Thanks again, 117. You're a big damn hero. Looking forward to celebrating with you when I get back to camp. For now, look after the others. I'll be home soon. Jordan out.
All right, well, that is the ending of Hunt the Killer's Earthbreak Season 2 Frequency. Check the camera tab. Oh, there it goes. It exploded. Pretty cool. All right, we're going to take a break now. Boy, we've been playing for almost 5 hours. For those of you who are still with me, I appreciate the help from the group that finished this today. We're going to take a break for 8 minutes. When we come back, I am going to give a very quick, spoiler-free summary of my thoughts, and then we will talk about it together. And maybe we'll talk a little bit about this entirety of this experience, spending a month marathoning these Hunt to Killer games. I'll see you all in 8 minutes. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've just finished playing through the final box of Hunt the Killer's Earthbreak Frequency, the second season in a sci-fi set here, having to do with an alien invasion. I'm going to give you a very quick spoiler-free review of the experience, and then we'll have a spoiler-filled chat with those who have joined me for this experience who are still here at 3 a.m. after 5 hours. This has been a very mixed experience. I think the strong points here are the storytelling and the world building. Maybe world building is the really strong point here. And I love whether it's the 3 seasons of Earthbreak of Empty Faces or the 2 seasons of Earthbreak, one of my favorite parts has been to see how in the different seasons the change of perspective and then the additional world building here. And in Earthbreak, it was pretty cool. The first season was sort of underground in this little political murder mystery thing. And then the second season, we got up onto the surface and it was much more of a sort of action adventure, learning a little bit about these aliens and still with our villain, and a very good villain, I think. Very strongly told villain story here. And there were moments in Frequency where the atmosphere, the scary sci-fi creepy alien atmosphere was done very well. The finale here had some moments of that where we're creeping around in this alien location and it felt dangerous and weird. And you want that. Like, I like that weird science fiction stuff. That feeling like when you're watching Alien and seeing the alien ship and learning about the origins. With that said, and a lot of generous multimedia audio where we could hear our people, and I think we sort of learned to care about our characters a bit. There were some touching moments. But with all that said, with all the good world building and good storytelling, it almost feels like there's a separate B team at Hunt the Killer who view it as their purpose to interrupt the flow and the pace of the story with some of the most frustrating puzzle elements that are almost designed to suck the life out of the story. And I really do not understand the philosophy of Hunt a Killer in this regard. Now, they seem to be, maybe they're learning their lessons. This was some of their sort of earlier stuff in 2022, 21, this game. Recent boxes I've been more impressed with, but I feel like this keeps happening with these Hunt a Killer games where it's like, here's a story building to progression, and now we want you to spend 2 hours doing this brute force decoding of a code, holding a black light in the dark while your other hand is trying to write down what you read for 5 pages worth, and it has no impact on anything. Its only purpose is to slow you down and make you forget how you were enjoying the story. In this box in particular, we didn't have too many super long codes. In fact, a bunch of the codes, they seemed to be there for no reason, but they were just Caesar ciphers, easy. But then we got a couple of puzzles that were just like in a whole different universe of difficulty weirdness that we had no hope of ever solving. And then we got a whole bunch of choose your own adventure, choose what path to go down. Do you make a right turn and then a left turn and then a right turn, then a left turn? And there didn't seem to be any logic to it. And when you made the wrong choice, the person just died and it said restart, which is a very odd choice for a game like this to actually have, like in a choose your own adventure book, it's pretty common to be like, you went down this path, the acid landed on you and burned you and you died, and you reset, and you just know that's the nature of this fun little book. But in these kinds of games, it's very rare to have a you died, now rewind. Like this rewind action is a very bizarre choice for a game like this, where you're like, well, how? I can't rewind. This is how life is going. I'm not supposed to be able to back up. Very weird choice. There was also in this game, I would say this is a little bit more of a hit and miss. There was this very inventive, very cleverly designed spatial puzzle system. And it's clear a huge amount of work went into this. And they provided these standees and a big giant map and stickers, and it was clearly meant to be a big part of this game. And I think this one was much close to being a success. And we had some fun moments with this, but we also had a whole bunch, many hours of frustration. And there are two reasons for that frustration that I think Hunt a Killer and any game designer needs to think hard about. First of all, there was the ambiguous rules. And you're setting out this puzzle, but the rules are ambiguous. So while we're doing this, we're like, I'm not sure. Would that kill us? Is that a legal move? But the real sin in this whole set, in all of the puzzles, which happens over and over again, it happened for sure with the spatial puzzle, but it also happened at the end, and it happened in several other places. The real sin here is a multi-step solution that it wants, like 5 to 8 steps, and giving no feedback until the end, and then it says, wait, no, wrong answer. Now go back, try to do it again, and put in your 8 steps. Do this, then 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 do this. Check. Wait, no, you're wrong. Not going to tell you why you're wrong. Not going to show you what step in the sequence you did wrong. That is just a terrible way to do a puzzle. It's almost designed to cause maximum frustration, maximum time, and maximum unfixability if the player has misunderstood something or gotten some rule wrong. In this case, we had ambiguous rules combined with that. But you saw in the last puzzle we did, that happened several times where it wanted like 4 steps from us before it gave us any feedback. So there is a cardinal sin when you're designing a puzzle. If you're requiring the players to do multiple steps, you have to give them some feedback. Unless what it seems like is the philosophy of Hunt a Killer is create maximum frustration work and puzzles. Which might be okay if you were designing a puzzle contest without story, and people who wanted it only want the most grueling, frustrating puzzles. But when you're trying to tell a story, boy, does it suck the wind out of the story to have these events and moments. But other than that, I mean, the content, the writing of this crazy villain was good. I think I'm going to make one more, however, critique of the story, which is unusual because I think for almost all the other boxes, I felt like the storytelling was totally on point. I do think you could make one critique about the storytelling in Frequency, which is a little bit too much focus on sort of minutia mysteries rather than the mystery of these aliens. Like, here we've got this alien invasion. We're like, sitting there thinking, like, why have they invaded? What do they want? What's their goal? Who's running them? Who's controlling them? What's the purpose? And then we get the mysteries of figuring out the code to unlock the door. It's kind of like, how about you let someone else figure out the code to the door? Let me work on the mystery of what's the story about these aliens. Now, we started to get a little bit of it. We got a little bit of what I wanted when we got in this box, this diary, and this guy investigating the aliens. How do they work? What's their language? Like, that's where I wanted to spend my time. And I do think maybe if you're telling a mystery story, you should be asking yourself as a designer, what is the most exciting mystery the players are going to want to figure out the answer to and get clues to? And I think that was a little bit of a miss here. So lots of potential. I think if you've missed this game because it's gone into retirement, it's okay. I do think, though, our advice with all of these games in retirement would be for Hunt a Killer, remake them, just throw out the puzzles. Throw out 90% of the puzzles. This last puzzle was insanity, and the story is good enough, the multimedia is good enough, save all that, just make the puzzles minimal. And get rid of this whole, I mean, in this game, a lot's going to be lost because of this puzzle. Someone, a coder, especially with the AI coding tools now, could remake this mechanical puzzle into a game where you actually did one move at a turn, so you could see when you died. It would not be hard. It might actually make for a fun game. It's a pretty cute little puzzle. All right, let's go to the chat and have our spoiler-filled discussion with those who have joined me for 5 hours, but really the last, 20 hours of playing Frequency. All right, Jonathan Warner says much of what I said. Interesting ideas, not a super fan of the execution. It needed better feedback for fail states. Okay, so Jonathan has said in one sentence what takes me 10 minutes to say. It would have been smoother if we didn't have to decode puzzle rules. There, that's not an example. It's not only the ambiguous rules, but they're also encrypted, and they change between missions. Pretty much for all the multiple choice parts, it was unclear to us what the strategy was. Like, I'm still not sure. Was there a way to figure out the right answers, which way to move? Or are you just supposed to flail about and hear some story? Anna agrees with both of us. Okay, Derek is asking what's our plans. Maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit. Barry says, I can understand why this game is being retired. Shirley Chu says, I agree this had so much potential, the quality assurance was non-existent. I mean, it is clearly some serious work went into that spatial puzzle thing. They just needed to go that one step further. They could have, everything would have been great about that spatial puzzle if every move you made, you could see the enemies move. And then you move and they move. And then then it could be a game. Shuri Chu says, there are actually multiple mistakes. Ones I remember were the report said generally it would take 3 hours to move one sector, but we were only allowed to press 2. That's a good point. There was also the puzzle we solved in today's box, which we solved in a valid way, but the game only knew one valid solution and gave us an error. And that's what Shuri Chu is saying here too. Any other thoughts on the story? I mean, that last puzzle thing was insane because we couldn't figure out that alien language. Could someone do it? Maybe, conceivably. But then that last ending, you can't, I mean, this is a good example. We've talked about this lots of times. We basically figured out what to do. We figured out that we should reproduce his sentence. We figured out how to start it, how to end it, what the middle one was. We put it in, and it had it kill Patricia, took over Jordan. It was a pretty cool ending. And then we got to this part where we were like, okay, you clearly trying to tell us that that was wrong, except it's this glitching out web page, so we weren't sure if that was supposed to be the ending or not. And then we said, okay, we'll reverse what he said, reverse the message. And we tried that. And when we reversed the key part of the message, it had the same ending. Or it said no good. And so like that, the puzzle didn't have to be so convoluted with that crazy extra step with no feedback about whether we're going in the right direction. And what about this insanity? This is so like Hunt a Killer. Like, what insanity is this? Even when we figured out how to put this on this, we had no purpose for it. I don't, like, we didn't need this to solve it. This is just... There's something off. Well, I'm not on the same wavelength as these Hunt a Killer people. That's all I can say. I like the alien language. I like deciphering the meanings of each one. Well, maybe you could figure out the alien language. I certainly couldn't. And I wanted to. I guess that's the shame. The shame is sort of I wanted to. This is the other thing. You can make a hard puzzle as long as you go on, you help the players corral into some understanding. And that Hunt a Killer, that's not done here. It's sort of like, here's the alien language. You're probably not going to be able to figure it out, but we need you to figure it out. And you're probably going to have to guess and flail around. Like, we wanted to get it. We wanted part of the story to bring us along and explain it. Okay, Anna says, about the marathon. The green arrow shows the bad ending. The blue arrow shows the good ending. How would you know that? Okay. Anna says, about the marathon. Enjoyed it, liked the stories a lot. Mostly listened, haven't bothered to try with the puzzles. No frustration for me. Just watched you suffer. All in all, it was a fun month. So if you were to follow, Shirley Chu says, if you were to follow the actual sentence, you would have seen start, obey, destroy, self, end, Well, that's a shame then that we didn't get to enjoy that experience. I mean, that would have been a very cool thing. If we could have at the end been helped to figure out this alien language, and then we could figure out the right words to send them to self-destruct, that would have been enjoyable. So you've sort of cheated us out of the enjoyment of figuring that out. Maybe I'm not taking as much responsibility on myself as I should for that, but that's my take on it. Okay. Let's spend a moment talking about this December month of Hunt a Killer. I think, first of all, I love the idea of doing marathons, and I do enjoy the sort of stamina test for some of these sessions. And it is fun to have a purpose. It's good to have a purpose in life. And it's fun to have a purpose to what you're doing. And we had a little purpose this month, which was to sort of archive playthroughs of these so that when they go offline and can never be played again, there is some record of it. So that's enjoyable. We suffered a little bit because some of the websites for a couple of these things are a bit broken. Whether they were always a bit broken or just broken a couple years after creation, a little hard to say. I think the negative parts about this month were the time pressure to churn through these. I do think we paid a little bit of a cost there in terms of increased frustration. This channel knows I don't do great under pressure. My frustration goes off when I start to feel the time pressure. And here we had a whole month where we had to get through these fast enough that it started to feel a little frustration. I do think going to the hints actually probably saved us in some way because we went to them earlier. maybe if we had played these on a more relaxed schedule, there'd be more hours of frustration because I would resist going to the hints more. But I do think it suffered a little bit because of that. I don't think it suffered for going to the hints. I don't think, rarely did we go to the hints and I regretted it. I think a couple other downsides of doing this. First of all, it was a little bit of a downside to do this in December. Probably, if I was smarter, I would have done this. If we were more on the ball, we would have done this marathon back when it wasn't so much of a time crunch and it wasn't so close to the end of the year, because we had other things going on, other things that would have been nice to do, other videos that would have been nice to record in December. But instead, December was just this hunt to killer stuff. And I think maybe the other downside is just that we have played some great hunt to killer games, but when they have this, most of them had a flavor of frustration through it. And to just have that frustration week after week, day after day, I think was pushing things a little bit. Better to sort of mix things up in variety. When you mix things up, you play a game that's mostly storytelling and deduction, and then you play a puzzle game, and then you switch from a puzzle game to something else. To be playing constantly these cipher decoding stuff, I think took a little bit of toll on me and in me lashing out at the audience. These hunt to killer games are also a bit tricky when it comes to decoding or puzzles, since you're supposed to have a month or more to work, but then feel the story might be harder to appreciate. I mean, Jonathan made a very good point about this, where I kept saying, if you normally played these in a month, you'd have more time to work on these. But Jonathan points out it's true, but then if you're spreading these things out over months, you're losing the story has faded away. And so there is some advantage to playing these in close succession, in that we're focused in on the story. I do think we had a better time when we did 1 box per night. Trying to do 2 boxes a night is a little bit of pushing it, but it was a real experience. It was an adventure, an experiment, and it really did test us. So that means we played about 86 hours in December, almost 3 hours a day. Hunt to killer, hunt to killer, hunt to killer. 5 seasons worth, 25 boxes. We did about as much as we could do. There are still a couple more games being retired, some serial killer games that might even be more to our liking. But there are playthroughs of those on YouTube, so at least those have been archived. Shuri Chu says, I'll go back to watch some of them. You seem to like Empty Faces better. Yes, I do think that we liked Empty Faces better. Is that true? Where would you rank this one, Jonathan? First of all, where would you rank these two in the Earthbreak seasons? And then where would you rank Earthbreak in terms of Empty Faces? I mean, there were parts of this I really liked, but I do think I liked all of the Empty Faces cases better than Earthbreak. Yeah, I mean, Empty Faces had some real supernatural history lore. I do like that they tried this, though. I really like that they did a really proper science fiction story with the whole Earthbreak, both seasons did feel like a proper science fiction story with some really nice world building, and this spatial thing was such a neat idea. But I would rank Empty Faces better than Earthbreak. Does everyone agree with that? If you're watching this after the fact, I would like, especially if you played Earthbreak with your own group, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. Jonathan says, this one is at the bottom, but just because there are some parts I'm really not sure how we got what the devs wanted us to do. Earthbreak Season 1 was closer to Empty Faces since I didn't fight the website. Earthbreak Season 1 had a painful website to use. This one was not particularly painful. And it says, definitely a memorable month. What about Earthbreak Season 1 versus 2? This one didn't have that many puzzles. It had one puzzle I liked, and it had this spatial game. It's a shame that the spatial game gave us so many hiccups because there were some neat parts to it. It's not just that there were some neat parts to it. It was a pretty well done meshing of a game and narrative. Right? It was like, it's a pretty cool idea that they're like, okay, you need to guide me. So we're hearing this story, we're hearing this nice voice acting story of danger, and then we're like, okay, now we do this puzzle and we guide her, and if we get it right, then she reports back, oh, I just made it. The guy just walked right by me, almost killed me. Like, I mean, that was pretty cool. You could see leaning a little bit more into that in a game could be fun. All right. Anything else? You have to be impressed by the production of all this stuff. I hope that they're shifting their mindset a little bit. I'm glad they got rid of the impossible ciphers from the first one. Yeah, they need to stop with this nonsense. So the nice thing is that we have survived December. We're going to take a little bit of a breather. I hope everyone has a wonderful New Year's. I don't know if you guys going out celebrating with friends. Normally, I would get together with friends. I think I might be hunkered down in bed recovering. But 2026 is all freedom. We can play what we want without a time crunch, without a schedule. We can start mixing things up. I think we've got a play-by-mail game from Deadbolt Mystery Society that is told in 12 parts over 12 weeks. I think we'll be playing that once a week. We've got other games to catch up on. Maybe we'll try to ease back into things. Maybe some games that we can predict will have a low ceiling of frustration. Low ceiling, a high floor of before the frustration kicks in. I appreciate the company and help while playing these. I can't imagine going through this alone. It was a bit traumatic. All right. Anyone else have any plans? Anything? We're going to be playing a lot of New York Noir as well in the coming months. Anna's working on a new case. Martinez has written new cases. Jonathan has written a new case. Matt C. is writing a custom improvisation case for us to play over the course of a few weeks. So lots of stuff. If you're interested in writing a mystery, you might want to stop by the Discord. We can talk about New York Noir. And that is coming almost got the directories finalized. We're entering a very exciting state in 2026. If you want to help us decide what games to play, you can stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's links to it on this YouTube page, as well as a link to our Discord where we hang out and chat 24 hours a day. All right. Thanks everyone for joining me. I really do hope you have a wonderful new year. I look forward to spending some more time with all of you in 2026. I'll see you then.